It's time for Charlotte Kickoff Night, powered by Ortho Carolina. Two big-time matchups tonight here at Memorial Stadium, beginning with Myers Park and J.M. Robinson. Happy high school football season with Reginald Walker Jr. I'm Darren Vaught. We're so glad you're here. As mentioned, the Mustangs of Myers Park face off with the Bulldogs of J.M. Robinson. Reg, should be a good one.
Yeah, really, I expect this one to be a great game. Scheduled a while back when the teams were 3A J.M. Robinson and 4A Myers Park. Now Robinson 5A, Myers Park 8A, but still another one of those big matchups this weekend.
Let's talk about the Ortho Carolina keys to the game, Reggie, as we see this one stack up. Tough to know a lot about either team first game of the season for both the Mustangs and the Bulldogs, but for Myers Park, what's it going to take to get this thing done, and likewise for J.M. Robinson?
I think for Myers Park, you got to get the run established. You got to be able to give your quarterback, Ramir Watson, an opportunity to get into a rhythm and stay ahead of the chains. I think you also got to win special teams. Last time we saw them in this type of environment a couple of years ago, special teams cost them that football game. And then for J.M. Robinson, Thunder and Lightning, these two backs, L.J. Watson and Ennis Styles, get those guys going as well, and then they want to win the turnover battle on the back end. Extra possession, give your offense an opportunity to have that ball in extra time and see if you can put additional points on the board. I think those are the keys for these two teams.
Robinson will kick it off to get things started, and it is returnable by Chaz Portis, the Delaware State commit. And there he goes to the outside, sprinting by everyone. Opening kickoff, returned for a touchdown. There is a flag back at the 20-yard line that might bring this thing back, but whoa, what a start for Portis and the Mustangs.
Explosive. That's all you can say. That was big time. It may come back, as you said, but nonetheless, that's the type of thing that can send a message early in a football game. No, and Darren, I think they're saying that's a mouthpiece. It's not a flag.
It is, upon a closer look. No flag. That is a piece of equipment. It does, in fact, look like a mouthpiece, as one of the assistant coaches from the Myers Park side has picked it up and is.
That's Anthony Boone.
Yeah, he's their offensive coordinator. He's returning it to the J.M. Robinson sideline. No flags. The score counts. And just like that, it's Myers Park ahead.
And it is indeed a mouthpiece. I can see from our vantage point, it is a mouthpiece.
The extra point is up and through. James Remsen, the senior kicker, very, very reliable for the Mustangs, and that makes it 7-0.
Darren, when we talked to Coach James from Myers Park, he talked about special teams and how important it was, why he wanted to get off to a good start. I don't think he can get any better than that. 14 seconds into the ball game, you got 7 points on the board, and you haven't even sent your offense onto the field.
So a 7-0 beginning as the opening kickoff returned over 80 yards by Chaz Portis. If you think maybe you've heard something like that name before, you're correct. It's the son of former NFL standout Clinton Portis, one of two on this roster. He and Camden Portis, number 7 for Myers Park, big parts of this team.
Yeah, you saw Chaz there, plays receiver. Camden plays defensive back. Both guys dangerous with the football in their hand.
Our second kickoff already, just 14 seconds in, and Remsen puts it out the back of the end zone for a touchback.
This is about as good a start as you can have if you're Myers Park. You return the opening kickoff for a touchdown, and then what does your kicker do? Touchback, forcing this J.M. Robinson offense to start by having to drive the ball the length of the field to put points on the board.
So here's the J.M. Robinson offense for the first time. Ari Greenfield is their quarterback. He puts L.J. Watson the back in motion, and flags fly. And it goes against the offense, so this will back them up.
Yeah, delay a game right away. Got to get organized.
So now 1st and 15. Watson to the side. It's a fake. Greenfield runs himself and gets back to the 20-yard line. So a loss of 5 on the penalty, gain of 5 on first. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Like that call and the decision there, it automatically tells this Myers Park defense you've got to account for him handing the football off or keeping it. That's something extra for these linebackers to think about with their eye discipline as well.
Second and 10, the junior Greenfield. Hands off. It's L.J. Watson's ball. Patience. And he waits for a hole, bursts through, and he's down right at the 30-yard line. That will move the sticks for a first down.
Interesting look there. They go trips to the opposite side. They move the back to the left side as well, and then come back with a run back to the right side, a little zone blocking. Give him an opportunity against a lesser box, if you will, to pick his way, and he gets up and moves the chain with a first down.
1st and 10 at the 30. Greenfield, it's another handoff. Watson. Man, he took a lot of momentum into the defensive line. Falls forward for 3 yards on the carry.
This is the way the Bulldogs want to play. They want to run the football. They got 2 really, really good backs in Watson and Styles, and then they'll set you up. They'll hit you deep as well, but they use the running game to set it up. Now they go empty.
5 wide for the Bulldogs. Movement, and it's encroachment against the defense of Myers Park.
Yeah, they get DeMod Lewis, number 11, the left defensive end. You talk about a football player, you will hear his name throughout this night. He is quite a playmaker off the edge.
Makes second down a bit easier. 2 to gain for the Bulldogs. Looks like they're going to stay with Greenfield solo in the backfield. Man in motion is Antonio Howie. Fake give, and Greenfield is bodied as he gets to the line of scrimmage. He was wrapped up and thrown down by Hank Thrasher, the Mustangs' leading tackler from a season ago.
Yeah, Thrasher is one of those kids that just understands how to play, reads it really well. This young guy, he's just kind of built different, but he knows how to play that middle linebacker position.
The big, imposing presence of number 44 in white makes it 3rd and 1 for Robinson. 2 back sets. Everybody was moving there.
You're talking about finger pointing, boy. There were about 15 points going back and forth there. Everybody blaming everybody else.
And it does go against the offense, so 3rd and 1 becomes 3rd and 6. Be interesting to see if Robinson changes the set here. They had a 2-back set just a moment ago. Now it's only Watson back there.
Keep an eye to the bottom of your screen. London McElroy, they might try to get him the football working to the middle here.
Greenfield fakes the give, tries to cut up himself, and only gains a few on the carry. So that'll make it 4th and 3.
Tell you what, there is some physicality at the line of scrimmage out there. Both sides really physical at the line of scrimmage. Going to be something to keep an eye on throughout this game. Who can maybe potentially wear each other down. Some big hitting going on and driving those legs. You're seeing guys going the wrong way on both sides of the ball at times.
Robinson to punt it away. Reese Sabo is their specialist. And before a long snap can even get off, it's another flag. We saw a lot of this last night.
Yeah.
You and I were at Mallard Creek for that one, and just a lot of pre-snap penalties. Very, I guess,
early season-esque.
Yeah, not uncommon for week one of the season.
And Myers Park doing their job there. A lot of movement by their punt return unit likely was part of why that was created.
Sabo, high short kick on the punt, and Portis lets it roll. Down at the 32, which is where Myers Park will begin their first offensive possession because of, remember, the kick return for a touchdown. So 7-0 Myers Park.
Ramir Watson now in that quarterback.
Watson won the starting job, fakes a pitch, runs with it himself, past the 40, jukes a man across midfield, coasting, a stutter step, and is pushed out of bounds, finally, not quite to the 15.
And Darren, the person to keep an eye, look at Brody Keefe right up at the middle of the screen. And watch him, that's the second block of this particular play. Earlier in the play, Brody Keefe had the block, took a guy inside. Watson cut off of him. That's what sprung him to the sideline to get the big run. Excellent job that time by Brody Keefe. That extra effort gets two huge blocks in the running game as a wide receiver.
It took an incredible effort from Cam Tucker, track star for Robinson, to chase down the quarterback Watson, who's in a little bit of trouble, gets his way out of it, heaves it toward the corner of the end zone, a bobbled catch in the corner for a touchdown.
I can't tell if he still had it all the way down, but he definitely had 2 feet in and his hand on the bottom of the football. We'll see what they rule here. He's going to need 2. I thought he had 2, but we'll see. Brody Keefe.
It's an illegal formation, which is declined. So no touchdown.
So they went with an unbalanced look. What they did was there was a shift. They moved 2 tight ends to the right side with 2 receivers. I thought the formation looked okay. The outside receiver was on. You had a tight end on. You had 2 guys in the backfield as well. Thought the formation was okay. Obviously the penalty was called, but it was declined there.
Watson, hands off. Josh Falzarano is the starting tailback for Myers Park. That's his first carry.
That didn't look right. I'm not sure if somebody went the wrong way or what, but the timing just wasn't there between where Ramir and his footwork was as it related to Falzarano. They almost kind of were on the same line. Usually the quarterback's a little bit off that line where the back wants to go. You wonder if something was a little awry there on that particular play.
Now 2nd and long. Watson fakes a handoff. Hit as he throws. Airs it way too far. Looking for Miles Young, who's celebrating a birthday today. In pregame warm-ups, Myers Park has quite the student section here at Memorial Stadium, Reggie. They all sang happy birthday.
Serenaded him. How about that? Watson that time, I thought if he wanted to go to Falzarano out in the flat, he would have had an easy completion there. Went for the big throw, unable to complete it. Missed opportunity that time.
3rd and 15. Watson has to get rid of it quickly, looking for Keefe again, and it sails incomplete. Nice coverage that time. Demonte Barr, the senior defensive back for Robinson.
Yeah, Demonte Barr, excellent job. Good phase there. Step for step with Keefe. That was going to have to be a jump ball one. Excellent coverage. I like the play call. Good decision to make that throw. Just unable to get it completed.
So now it'll be a setup for a 39-yard field goal. James Remsen has it down, has the kick away, and it is through. Good from 39, and it's a 10-0 Myers Park lead.
This is a Myers Park team. They thought they had a big play for a touchdown, didn't get it. They stayed focused to try to get some points. Nice job by this Bulldogs defense to step up, force a field goal. Now they get it back to their offense, see if that offense can get into a rhythm. They had a couple of nice snaps on their previous possession, moved the ball just a little bit. Now it's can they sustain it, get into plus territory, and put some points on the board.
Remsen to kick it off to Cameron Tucker, who's back the farthest for the Bulldogs.
I wouldn't kick it to him.
That's one way to do it. Out of the back of the end zone.
Right? Tucker, one of the fastest players, fastest humans in high school in the state of North Carolina. He can absolutely run.
What a start for Myers Park. 6:56 to go in the first. 10-0 Mustangs ahead. Chaz Portis took the opening kick all the way back for a touchdown.
Look at this formation.
3 receivers stacked on the left of your screen. Ari Greenfield fumbles it, trying to hand off to the tailback, scoops it up himself, and is able to get back to the line of scrimmage.
He barely got that snap off, let alone keeping possession there very, very late in the play clock. It was down to one. It was down to less than one. I'll say it that way.
Robinson already with the delay of game penalty early in this game. Greenfield joined by L.J. Watson now. Rolling, throws. He's got Antonio Howie, who's knocked out of bounds, gain of about 5.
Right now, I think right now, it's J.M. Robinson coaching staff just trying to find a little bit of a rhythm with this offense. Just get them something positive, potentially maybe something explosive, just to get the confidence going. Not that they don't feel like they can play, but just to get them locked into it. They need something to get the energy up.
3rd and 4. Howie in motion. Greenfield to throw. It's a screen. Caught. And L.J. Watson gets just past the first down marker. A successful conversion keeps the drive going for the Bulldogs.
Let me tell you something. Nice job on that particular play, but I'm sure the folks at home are able to see this. Every other play, you're seeing an offensive lineman get themselves attached to a defender and drive that player 6, 7, 10 yards down the field and finish that man on his back. Something to keep an eye on in this game. The physicality has been very, very high so far.
Two backs again. Bobbled snap. Greenfield picks it up and runs with it. And you know what? Gain of 2, Reggie, that's happened a couple of times now. The results could be a lot worse.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what's going on with Greenfield. I don't know if he's not seeing it in terms of as the snap is on the way back to him, or if he's lifting his eyes to try to figure out what's happening in front of him because he's concerned about this pass rush. He's got to do a better job with his ball handling, particularly with the snaps early in this game.
Out of the shotgun on 2nd and 8. It's an option. Greenfield keeps himself and manages 4 more yards. It'll be 3rd and 4 coming up. His head coach, Jason Seidel, refers to him as one of the best-kept quarterback secrets in the state. He really thinks he's got something with Ari Greenfield, just a junior.
And if you watch him play, he's got a lot of talent right now, just struggling with ball handling so far in this game. But he's got the arm talent. He can make a lot of the throws, reads the field well, and we've seen his ability with his legs as well.
Another 3rd and 4. It's a give. Watson grabbed at the line of scrimmage and ripped backward. He did get some forward momentum, but not a lot, courtesy of DeMond Lewis.
Yeah, DeMond Lewis, excellent job. I thought they did a decent job blocking him on that particular play, but he blew that thing up anyway, pushed it backwards just a little bit. It's going to be a 4th and short. I like the decision here to go for it. Not much of an advantage from a field position standpoint, but watch the short punt by the quarterback.
4th and 2. Hard snap count.
He got his own guy, London McElroy, number 17, the far inside receiver, number 3, if you will. He wears jersey number 17, but the most inside receiver in that trips formation to the left side. That might have been who they got on a false start there.
Unfortunate there. It is a false start, so now 4th and 7, and the punt unit comes out.
Yeah, you're kind of looking around, and right now this just trying to find something. Just you need a nice first down or a big gain. Somebody's going to – I've said this before, Darren. You know where I'm going with this. Every now and then you just need a guy to make an individual play to kind of lift the entire sideline.
The kick, high and short again, spins out of bounds just past midfield. Ortho Carolina has urgent care options that focus on orthopedic injuries such as sprains, fractures, strains, and dislocations. You can count on Ortho Carolina to be more efficient, reliable, and the better choice when it comes to your care needs. Clock winding down in the first quarter, 3:44 left, 10-0 Myers Park lead. Ramir Watson, first year as the quarterback for the Mustangs. Play fake, and the pass deflected at the line of scrimmage. Landon Harding got a couple of hands on it.
Yeah, nice job by Landon Harding coming off that left side from the defense. Just gets his hands up, sees the quarterback set, get ready to throw the football. They teach the big guys, if you're not going to get there, get your hands up. Does a nice job there, gets a piece of the football. Now it's 2nd and long.
Watson readies with Falzerano with him in the backfield. It's a carry. Falzerano stopped shy of the line of scrimmage. Same man, Harding again. That's time with the tackle.
Yeah, Harding doing an excellent job on this drive. See him at the top of the screen. Comes off, reads it, sees nothing's going outside, then works his way down the line of scrimmage flat, makes that play in the backfield. Very, very well executed. That's how you teach it for defensive linemen.
3rd and 11 for Myers Park here. They were unsuccessful on 3rd and 15 earlier. That's their only third so far. Watson to throw. Finds Jalen Raley. Good gain, but not enough for the first. Comes about 3 yards shy.
Raley was so wide open, it surprised him, and he wasted time getting upfield and didn't get the first down. A little bit too much dancing there. You got to make that catch and get north and south immediately, and now you're forced to punt in a situation where should have been able to pick up that first down. It's a good read by Watson. Pressure was coming. You check it down, get it out quick. There was space there. Receiver just not aggressive enough to go get the first down yardage.
Addison Rowland is deep to punt. And he does, in fact, boot it away. It's caught inside the 5. Good coverage by Myers Park as they bring down Nehemiah Snipe, the return man.
Yeah, the conversation they're going to have with Nehemiah Snipe is don't ever do that again. You're inside your 2-yard line. See, that line right there, that line that he stepped on, that's where you spot the ball for extra points. You do not catch punts inside of that line. That's not what you're supposed to do. I'm sure they'll talk to him about that. That's a field position error there. You let that ball bounce. Hopefully it goes into the end zone. You get better field position for your offense. So they'll talk to him about that. But a critical drive coming up here for the Bulldogs. At least you have to get a few first downs here, flip the field, start to play field position game, if nothing else.
Robinson with it at the 5-yard line. They trail 10-0. Myers Park leads, 2:02 left in the first quarter. And a timeout called.
Yeah, the play clock was down to 1. Coach Seidel recognized it, had to call a timeout there.
So a long field to go, Reg. All things considered, you got enough time, but this is the classic 2-minute drill in terms of the clock in the first quarter.
Right.
So you can take all the time you want if you want to get deep into the second quarter. Just a 2-score game, so, if that's what it takes.
Right. And the other part of it is there's no need to panic if you're J.M. Robinson. Yeah, your offense is kind of sputtering right now, but your defense has actually played well. You look at the scoreboard and people see 10-0. The touchdown was the opening kickoff. You take away the one play, this is a 3-0 ball game that's largely been a defensive struggle. So if you're J.M. Robinson and your coaching staff right now, you just want to settle your guys in, get them to start executing a little bit better on the offensive side, and see if you can start moving the football, move the chains, and give yourself a chance to put some points on the board.
It was a quick huddle for Robinson. Greenfield slings it on a quick slant route. Nice catch. Tyson Van Dyke reels it in.
And there you see the arm strength of Ari Greenfield. I mean, that was a rope that he had to throw in there. Really good, tight coverage over there on the other side from Justin Westbrook. But that's a strong throw. Good job by Van Dyke going up and getting the football.
9-yard gain. Now it's 2nd and 1. Handoff to Watson. Found a hole. Pushed down from behind. Again, it's DeMond Lewis.
And if not for DeMond Lewis's strength there, Watson might be still running because there was a lot of space and he was starting to pick up speed, but hard to move a 250-pound defensive lineman who's pulling you back the other way.
Clock ticking down, 1:13 and ticking to play in the first quarter. Watson again. Shakes a man at the line of scrimmage. Bullies his way forward for a medium gain right around 5 yards.
You like the rhythm and the tempo of this drive. Getting some things going potentially here offensively. Very important to stay on schedule, stay ahead of the change. You got a 2nd and 5 situation here. That's what you like. It opens up that playbook.
Watson and Enos Styles split carries in the backfield. It's largely been Watson so far. Greenfield throws. Caught by C.J. Waddy. A quick tackle by Camden Portis, the Miami commit.
Cordes does an excellent job driving on this, comes off of another receiver, drives downhill, and makes a play on the football to set up a 3rd and short. 3rd and medium, I should say.
3rd and 4 to be precise. And now DeMond Lewis.
Yeah, I think it's an equipment issue.
Yeah, forced to come off the field. So he will be replaced by Demetrius Martin, another senior on the defensive line for Myers Park.
Lewis is going all the way to the other end of the bench there. You wonder if maybe it's just an equipment situation. And he's likely going to get a break through the end of the quarter break here as well. He was struggling a little bit there on the field. They are trying to clean up the field there, as maybe that is why they sent Lewis off. Maybe a little bit of dehydration. If you
now that the huddles have separated, or that the huddles have congregated on their respective sidelines, that has become clear.
Something you see from time to time early in the season, young guys, maybe some hydration issues, or first game of the season.
Could be nerves.
Different heat, nerves as well. Sometimes that can impact guys a little bit.
So everybody back onto the field. Lewis still missing for Myers Park on this 3rd and 4. Watson, lots of room to run. Past the 40, stumbles his way to the 45. A 16-yard gain, plenty for the first down.
And we talked about it, getting this running game going, a little counter look. They got motion going left. They come back with a run to the right after a footwork kind of fake by Watson, works up to the right side. Big gain off the right side to end the first quarter.
We'll flip the field as J.M. Robinson is surging yet trailing. Myers Park 10, Robinson nothing through a quarter of play. Game 1 of Charlotte Kickoff Night, powered
First
by
question out of a kid's mouth is, when can I get back to doing what I want to do?
So in 2019, I was in class and I was doing a jump that I've been doing since I was maybe 6 years old. And my foot went one knee, my knee went the other, and my knee dislocated. It amazes me how I went through what I went through and I was still able to continue my dreams.
A quarter in the books. Game 1 of Charlotte Kickoff Night presented by Ortho Carolina. Myers Park with a 10-0 lead. And J.M. Robinson approaching midfield. Big 16-yard run prior to the break by L.J. Watson, their lead back. Watson replaced in the backfield. That's Stiles back there with Greenfield.
Stiles and Watson, a couple of guys that understand the situation. They're not selfish at all. They're easily described as selfless in splitting those carries.
First and 10. Stiles runs right up the gut, carries a couple of defenders on his way to an 8-yard gain.
And see, Stiles a little bit bigger of the two backs. As you see there, it comes up lame, but he's about 205, 210 pounds. About the same height. He's a little bit thicker, a little bit more of a physical runner, the type of guy that can change the game with his physicality. Looks like right here may have hurt that left ankle or left leg or something like that. It seems to be what they're looking at.
You talked about it as we came on, the thunder and lightning approach of that Bulldogs backfield with he and Watson.
And Watson just getting back to the huddle because he ran out there to check on his guy. Those two guys really care about each other, believe in each other, cheer for each other more than anybody else. And Watson knows that if Styles can't get back in this ball game, he's going to have to be the main guy, carry the load. Watson's a little bit more, obviously, of your sort of speed guy. Looks like they've taken the tape off of Watson's foot there.
Styles, as you mean.
Or Styles, I should say. And look at that. One of the Myers Park coaches even out there to make sure he's okay. You respect that. You applaud that as you see him trying to work his way off the field. The tape is off that left ankle. They'll likely, if he tries to go again, they'll probably retape it. You'll see a heavy tape job on it to see if he can finish. Styles just a sophomore as he works his way off the field. Good to see he's able to put a little bit of weight on it there. Sure, they'll get him on the table somewhere and get that thing looked at and potentially retaped.
After the gain of 8, 2nd and 2. And Watson, the back, out there for Robinson again. 4 wide, 2 to either side. Greenfield hit hard as he threw it, batted up into the air, and was it picked off? Incomplete. It fell to the turf.
Yeah, you had 3 guys going for a rebound here. And it gets tipped around, and they're just unable to get it. I think that's Westbrook that had his hands on it last. Justin Westbrook, number 12 in white, unable to pull it in because he was trying to work through his own teammate as well. As I mentioned, it looked like a rebound situation with 3 guys there.
A sigh of relief for Robinson. Now another 3rd down. It's a handoff Watson's way, and he busts right up the middle, gaining about 5 for the first. And now Robinson with another injured player. This time it looks to be a lineman.
Yeah, it looks to be number 72, potentially. I believe that's Elijah Shue. He is writhing in pain right now. Not quite sure what happened, but sometimes with offensive linemen, potential to be rolled up on. Maybe a helmet or something hits you in the midsection there underneath the pads and above the pants. Sometimes that can get you as well. A lot of contact in those piles with these physical running games.
He is quickly helped to his feet, but I mean that between Styles and then Shue, that's a couple of all-state caliber players.
Absolutely. Very critical pieces of this offense. Shue looks like, as he comes to the sideline, no coaches, no trainers next to him. He looks like he's maybe going to miss a snap or 2. He looks like he'll be able to probably get back in this game.
Another first down for Robinson. They started this drive at their own 5-yard line. Watson shuffles his feet, nowhere to go, and he's driven back.
They nearly blew that whistle too early. It looked like for a second there, right as the whistle started to blow, Robinson maybe was about to get out of that. But obviously the play blown dead, and Elijah Shue back in the ballgame now, back in there at left tackle.
Given the degree to which Watson got pushed back into the backfield, this is a favorable spot, just a loss of 1.
Absolutely.
Second and 11. Greenfield rolling to his left, throws with his right, and it is caught, tiptoeing. London McElroy inbounds.
That's a great job by McElroy, understanding where he is toe taps over there on that sideline. The official right on top of it. Excellent call. That's great position by the official, understanding the situation. He immediately got himself straddling the sideline to see the ball and the footwork. Excellent work by the official there.
Comes just short of the first down. 3rd and 1. Greenfield fakes and keeps and moves the sticks.
I like that call. A little bit of a tendency breaker with Greenfield going to his left that time. For the most part in this game, we've seen him trying to work to his right. That time he goes left, picks up a first down.
That's 2 plays in a row, right? First with the throw, then with the run. Robinson now 4 of 6 on 3rd downs.
Yeah, they've been really efficient in those situations.
It's a give to Watson on first. Lowers his shoulder into a couple of Mustangs defenders and is stopped after a slight gain, 1 yard on the play.
What I like about what Watson did there as he got ready to turn the corner as DeMond Lewis goes off because his helmet came off. As Watson started to go to the right, multiple defenders you saw there waiting for him. Instead of trying to bounce it or running backwards and giving up ground, he lowered the shoulder and attacked and tried to get what he could. Good decision there. Way to make sure not to create anything negative in that scenario.
Interesting, given the reputation between he and Styles, he's much more the finesse back, but he has developed a little bit straight line speed in that burst. And a huge, huge hit by Camden Portis on the rush from the secondary.
Yeah, it came on a blitz that time. They didn't see it. Nobody picked them up. Clearly identifying it was an issue there, and Portis lays the boom on Greenfield, who took him a moment, but he was able to get up. You wonder what the play call is here on 3rd and long. If they hand it off, that might be because he's feeling the effects of that hit.
It'll be 3rd and 9 to gain for Robinson. This is their longest 3rd down they've tried so far today.
Portis is a really good blitzer off of the slot.
Good blocking for Greenfield, and he tried to slip it in. Looking for Howie.
I think actually, Darren, Howie was closest to it in the end, but I think he wanted C.J. Waddie, who fell down on his break. Looked like he was kind of working a little bit more of a curl route or kind of a stop route around the 10-yard line. As he came out of his break, he went to the ground. Ball sailed toward the sideline. That's how Howie ended up in the play.
And Myers Park calls a timeout. As it looked as if Robinson was maybe going to go for this 4th down. You see it sometimes, Reg, potentially just to give Myers Park the look as if you're going to go for it and force them to call a timeout and rethink things.
Well, the issue here is they've got the ball at, what is this, the 26-yard line. So you're talking about a 43-yard field goal from here. Or if you punt it, you're probably going to kick it into the end zone, so that's going to be a touchback. So you're talking about +6 in field position there. If you miss a field goal, you're likely going to, it's going to go out to the 33-yard line-ish. You might as well go for it here. Even an incompletion, they're at the 26-yard line. So I think that's kind of the math Coach Seidel is looking at here, is he's kind of in that no man's land space. So you might as well go for it here on 4th down. And worst case scenario, you give them the ball right where they are as long as you don't take a sack or turn the football over.
We saw them come out with the intent of going for it on 4th down. They gave it up due to a penalty, and it just got too long for them earlier. So this is their first true go at it on a 4th. They need 9. Greenfield slings it over the middle. It's caught. Tyson Van Dyke gets the 1st down and is inside the 10.
Folks, I don't want to make comparisons here, but you look at the jersey uniform colors, and then you think about the national championship Florida State Seminoles, Jimbo Fisher. That's a formation and a play call they used a lot. Double stack formation wide receivers. You get one receiver working up the sideline. You get another guy coming inside on a big curl route against a big wide zone. You fit it in there with the quarterback. Jameis Winston made a living doing that for Florida State. Greenfield does an excellent job there.
Deep into the red zone now. Robinson looking for their first score. Watson grabbed right around the line of scrimmage and brought down for no gain.
Hard to believe that Florida State National Championship was as long ago as it was, right? But that's exactly what they did a lot of formation-wise and play call-wise, that kind of a look right there.
Yeah, 12 years ago.
Wow. Jameis Winston was unbelievable that season for the Noles at the quarterback position.
So a timeout on the field for an injured J.M. Robinson player. There's a fun in-state flavor to that. How about a couple of connections to that ACC football championship game? Anthony Boone, who we mentioned earlier, on the sideline for Myers Park, Duke's starting quarterback in that game.
Yep, that's exactly right. You knew I was setting you up for something there. Come on.
I was also, for what it's worth, I was also on the sideline that game, and at times next to Clinton Portis, father of Mustang stars Chaz and Camden Portis.
And I remember it vividly because in the time I was working in television, and we broke down both teams thoroughly leading into that national championship game from a film standpoint. So I remember looking a lot at that Florida State offense.
Second and goal from the 8. Greenfield keeps, tries to cut up the middle, and is stopped for yet another maybe gain of a yard.
Hank Thrasher is really good, ladies and gentlemen. 44 in white. He diagnoses and just kind of slides down the line of scrimmage, almost overran it, but works his way back to make an excellent tackle in space. Great job by the senior linebacker there, and Hank Thrasher. Had a chance to chat with him a little bit at Media Day, and he just had this focus about him, this look in his eyes of, listen, we can talk right now. I want to go play football, and I'm ready to finish my senior year better than last season.
Over 80 tackles for the Mustangs last year in a year in which they didn't play all that many games because they missed the playoffs. Still racked up the numbers.
Not quite sure what the call was here. Flag came from behind the defense. Usually that's a substitution type situation or formation issue, but it's going to be a timeout before the penalty flag.
Yeah,
okay.
Robinson got a timeout called prior to the penalty. Ortho Carolina's orthopedic expertise is all around you, from urgent care to your full recovery. Ortho Carolina is there every step of the way. Ortho Carolina, your better choice for musculoskeletal care. They thought they would trip me up with the word musculoskeletal.
Listen, you're a wordsmith. I never worry about you with words. The one to worry about with words is me. I know things like left tackle, zone, G scheme, all those kind. But when you start thinking about these like sort of dictionary musculoskeletal type words, I get a little nervous. And Darren, I think something to think about here is right now, if you look at the Myers Park sideline, their offensive players are sprinting down the other end of the field on the sideline, trying to get warmed up because this drive from J.M. Robinson has eaten up much of this second quarter clock here.
Robinson got it with 2:02 remaining in the first.
Yes. Talk about almost 8-minute drive here.
Started from their own 5-yard line. Goal to go, third down from the 8. Greenfield. Play fake, quickly gives it over the middle, and it's caught by Landon Harding. Couple of big plays for him defensively. Also a tight end, reels in the first score for Robinson.
Look at the sophomore, does an excellent job. Just a little bit of a seam route by him, number 32, and just sits down right at the goal line. Big, soft hands to make the catch. Well done by the sophomore Landon Harding, ladies and gentlemen, a sophomore that's getting a lot of attention from college coaches around the country. Big, physical, athletic, and you see there the soft hands to play that tight end position if they need more of that out of them. Think about this.
Oh, the snap on the extra point attempt is failed, so Sabo has no choice but to fall on it. So no extra point. But Robinson on the board for the first time today with a nearly 8-minute drive.
But that's a very important drive, not only because they got the 6 points, but also, as you mentioned, the 8-minute drive there. A big key to that. It allows their defense to rest, potentially make some adjustments. This shows you that their running game can shrink this football game as well, as they continue to see what's going to be the case moving forward. As right now, Coach Seidel is over on that sideline. I believe he's talking to, I believe that's Ennis Styles. He's got no more jersey on, but it looks like Styles may be done for the ball game if that is indeed him. They've got that ankle retaped, but there's some ice on it.
Reese Sabo to kick it away. Chaz Portis took back the opening kickoff the first time we saw the teams lined up this way. Sabo boots it to the opposite direction. Eric Santos on the return.
That is a big-time hit. I think that's Andrew Davis, the senior, number 26. Big-time hit there on special teams.
Mustangs got it out to their 29-yard line, so not bad on the field positioning. And the first time in about 8 minutes of game clock, the offense takes the field. Ramir Watson, still the quarterback. Nothing's changed in the meantime.
No, he just got some wind sprints in before this drive, though.
Falzerano in motion. He receives it in the flats, gets to the outside, tried to cut the corner, but is out of bounds after a gain of about 5.
Yeah, that's a nice job by number 3, Deshaun Bozeman. He didn't make the tackle, but he messed up the timing and made it so difficult to get him blocked. It created space for other guys to come up and minimize that play a little bit. It's a great job fighting through the traffic by the defensive back. Great job by Falzerano getting north and south there after making that catch. A really, really good player with the football in his hands for sure.
Falzerano bursts right up the gut. Gain of 8, first down, Myers Park.
The thing about Falzerano as a back, he's only about 175, 180 pounds probably on his best day at 5'7", but he is way more physical than you would think based on the way he's built. Like the way he runs the football, he's always thinking finishing the run with a little body lean forward to get extra yardage.
Watson flushed out of the pocket. A lot of room to run. Gets the first and then some inside the 45. Now the 30. Barrels over a man. And is down at the 22.
I like what Watson did. It took him a while to go ahead and decide to tuck this because he was still looking to push the ball down the field with a throw. Kept looking, then finally realized, I got to go ahead and tuck this football and run it. Big gain with his feet.
The spot adjusted by a couple of yards, so they're putting him at the 20-yard line here.
Keep an eye on Falzerano. It took him a while to get back into the formation.
It's a run. Falzerano, quick first step around the edge and into the end zone. 20 yards. Josh Falzerano with his first rushing score of the season.
I'll tell you what, Darren, keep an eye here. The official was very late in signaling You wonder if they were checking to make sure Falzarano didn't drop this football before he got all the way into the end zone. I think he's good there, but it was pretty close.
That's a quick response for Myers Park. 1 minute and 17 seconds after the Robinson score. And the extra point attempt is shanked, so no PAT for the Mustangs there. And they now lead it by 10, 16-6. When talking with the head coach for Myers Park, Chris James, prior to this matchup and discussing Falzarano, his running back, you could tell it's a player that he holds in high regard. It's very special to him because Falzarano's been around for all 3 of James's years as the head coach. And he's kind of had a back seat in that backfield. R.J. Alexander was a spectacular running back for them previously. But now James described it to us after splitting time. Falzarano's the dude, as he said it now. So it's an opportunity for a guy that James believes is severely under-recruited to have a big season.
And I think he's got the talent to do so. I think it's going to come down to, obviously, opportunities to carry the football, and then, obviously, the offensive line doing what they normally do, which is creating space for him to be explosive and burst through.
Another touchback off the foot of Remsen.
And I'll continue to say this. Look, the first play of the game was a return kickoff for a touchdown. After that, we've seen each team offensively be able to drive the ball and score a touchdown, and we've seen each team have some good stretches defensively as well. I think both teams have done a nice job settling in for the most part. The first quarter, a little choppy for both. Now I think they're starting to get into the rhythm and the flow of a high school football game in the regular season.
Very short break for Myers Park's defense here. Be interesting to see how they respond. And immediately they get L.J. Watson in the backfield, bringing him down for a loss.
Now listen, this is a defensive front that, as good as it is and as well as we've seen them play today, they're missing 2 guys. Diego Lewis, Damad's brother, as well as number 14, Rodney Dunham, the Notre Dame commit, 2 defensive linemen, not available today.
2nd and 11. Another Watson run. And another one bottled up.
Damad Lewis is so disciplined when the play goes away, working his way down the line of scrimmage to chase it down from behind. If he continues to do the little things like that, he's going to put up absolute monster numbers this season.
That's him, number 11. He and his brother were both at Ballantyne Ridge last year, relocated. And I mentioned talking to Chris James earlier. He said, guys, sometimes it's good to be lucky. You find your way into a couple of players like that. It's going to go a long way toward a bounce-back season. Lewis hits the quarterback as he throws, and it's in and out of the hands of Sammy McDonald, the senior linebacker. That could have been an interception.
That was room service, and it was created by the pressure from Damad Lewis. They might have to find a way to maybe think about chipping him at times, rolling away from him, things like that. They've got to find a way to get him under control. J.M. Robinson does in terms of their offensive line and protection.
Punts have been a little wonky so far for Robinson. The 2 that Reese Sabo has kicked have been high and not as far as he would like. That's a better go at it. Portis, fair catches. Pretty good field position at the 43-yard line.
Yeah, that time it looked like the snap had a little more, for lack of a better term, snap on it. It was a little bit stronger coming back. Fixes the timing a little bit, keeps the rush away because you're able to get to it quicker, and I think that's the result of the better punt that time. A little bit better rhythm when that snap comes back there in a certain amount of time. A lot of coaches in the special team space, they time that snap getting back to the punter. There's a certain number that they're looking for based on when they know their guy's doing his best job, his best work, that time much closer.
Watson drops back to throw on first down, spins through two defenders, and is able to fall forward for some positive yardage.
Landon Harding and Aiden Black in there on that play. Look, nice spin move by Watson. Got to be careful. Keep that football tucked away. Don't get it ripped out of there.
Watson, a good job to make something of that and get 3 yards on it. 2nd and 7 for Myers Park. Sidearm throw. Keefe can't hang on to it. And the screen attempt incomplete. It'll be 3rd down.
Yeah, Watson had to try to throw that around the defender, Josh Tate, who was coming off the edge with a lot of speed. Forced a little bit of a tougher angle there, and Keefe not able to bring it in.
Motion at the line. This is going to go against the defense. So this will make it a much shorter 3rd down for Myers Park. Just 2 to gain. Watson hands it, Falzerano, a big hole. An inside move, and he's tripped at the 30-yard line.
His ability to change direction was evident right there. Watch him as he picks his way up the field. Kind of give you a lean like he's going outside, get back to the inside, back outside, back inside, back outside. Just a really good job setting up his cuts.
Watson throws under duress, and it's too strong. Incomplete. It'll bring up 2nd down. That last play, the run by Falzerano, the first 3rd down conversion of the day for Myers Park.
Wow. London McElroy came across from his safety spot and delivered a blow on that play, and he's kind of grabbing at that left wrist, left arm. He may not be completely right after that.
Falzerano in motion, pre-snap. Watson, lots of space, shuffles out of the way, throws to the end zone, and it's intercepted. Cam Tucker pulls it in. Touchback Bulldogs. How about the closing speed of the track star?
I could not have said it better myself, partner. That's what that is. He closed on the football. You get a quarterback moving to his left as a right-hander, trying to come back to the right, turn his body. That tells Cam Tucker, closing speed, I got this all day. Times it up perfectly, pick in the end zone, takes away a scoring opportunity for the Mustangs, and now 1:53 to go. We've seen this J.M. Robinson group take a long drive down the field. Now, can their no-huddle type offense, their 2-minute drill, can they go get some points before the half and potentially take some momentum in? Early in this drive, got to be very careful. Don't make a mistake with the football backed up in your own end.
Huge opportunity for Robinson as they will begin the second half receiving the kick. And a sideline warning issued to J.M. Robinson. Guys were fired up about a big turnover. Now it's a handoff. Nehemiah Snipe over to the edge. Ball comes loose, and it's picked up by Myers Park.
Snipe comes across him. Look at DeMod Lewis again. Just shed two guys. And then Camden Portis, he's not thinking about anything but ripping the football out. He's not trying to make a tackle there or anything. He's trying to create a turnover, and that's exactly what he does. And all of a sudden, the Mustangs get it right back on the 20-yard line. I suspect Chaz Portis might be the beneficiary of this. They might look to him early.
He's the inside receiver, bottom right of your screen. Here's Falzerano, little misdirection, and works his way to the 10, not quite the 10-yard line, 9 yards on the carry. It'll be 2nd and 1. Quite the response for Myers Park. You give up a turnover, get it right back on the very next play. Now a chance to tack on another score prior to the half. Mustangs tighten the formation. Falzerano on the carry. Wrangled from behind, but he did get the yard necessary to move the chains. It'll be goal to go.
This is just well-read. Great job diagnosing that by Isaiah Woodburn. Just attacks it. The sophomore makes a nice play. Didn't keep from getting the first down, but made a nice play.
1st and goal. Aired to Keefe, corner end zone, and he brings in the jump ball for the touchdown.
This is just simple right here. You've got a guy in Brody Keefe, big physical receiver, who can go up and get it with the best of them at 6'3", about 210 pounds. Got a DB on him that's sub 6 feet tall. Throw the ball up high, let him go get it. That's exactly what happened there. And he makes them right by going up and getting it.
James Remsen missed the last extra point attempt. That looks good. And it is. So the Mustangs go up 17 with 33 seconds to go in the first half. And a little bit of everybody making plays for Myers Park. It opened up with the kickoff return by Chaz Portis. Now touchdowns by Josh Falzerano in the rushing sense. Watson to Keefe there. They get a passing touchdown.
And again, if you're J.M. Robinson there, the other piece of that conversation is when you turn it over in your own essentially red zone and you give up a touchdown there, that's the issue. It comes off of that turnover there.
And Myers Park is moving up the spot of the kickoff, so there must have been a call.
And it was a major, too, because this is 15 yards.
Yeah, I did not see that. So now Remsen, who from normal distance has put it out of the back of the end zone every time, is able to kick it from the plus 45.
And with 33 seconds to go in the half, there's no chance you allow a return here to hurt you.
Guys, when we get to halftime, just hit the camera one, just give me a big wide shot. Something frame it up with it. Guys, camera two, show fans and stuff like that. Lock them off.
And waiting because there was an explanation to the J.M. Robinson sideline as to what the penalty was for. I think Remsen's probably trying to put this one through the uprights. Another touchback.
I think that's the right decision there. Don't want to give up a big return down the stretch here.
It's just 33 seconds for Robinson. What can you do with this?
I think you hand this football off and get to the locker room. I think that'll be the philosophy here. Kind of regroup. You're backed up in your own end. Last time you had it, you turned it over down here.
L.J. Watson stayed on his feet a while there. It took 3 Mustangs defenders to bring him down. DeMond Lewis ultimately does so.
Yeah, I like the decision there. Just run the football. Maybe let this clock bleed. I don't think they even snap it again here. Let's go ahead and get to halftime here.
Yeah, they don't seem to be in a hurry. Here they go toward the sideline. And Robinson will let halftime hit. They do get the ball to begin the second half, but they trail by 17. Myers Park 23, J.M. Robinson 6 at the break.
We don't leave the operating room until it's perfect.
After my surgery, even though it hasn't been that long, I'm able to do things that I wasn't able to do before, and the progress of the recovery has been a lot faster than I anticipated.
We aspire to make patients feel at the end of the entire recovery like nothing has happened. They're back to their baseline.
Welcome to the Ortho Carolina halftime report here at Charlotte High School football kickoff night, powered by Ortho Carolina. Here's a special message from Ortho Carolina.
Carolina. Throughout the high school football season, we have the privilege to talk about sports medicine with doctors at Ortho Carolina. Today, we are pleased to be joined by Dr. Pat Connor, who is a senior member of Ortho Carolina's esteemed sports medicine surgeons. Dr. Connor was the former team physician for the Carolina Panthers for 24 years, also worked for the Charlotte Knights and Hendrick Motorsport. He is the past president of the NFL Physicians Society and chief of sports medicine and shoulder and elbow surgery at Atrium Health. Dr. Connor, welcome, and thank you for joining us today. Dr. Connor, football is one of the most popular sports for school-aged athletes, but it does carry a high risk of injury. What precautions should parents take to keep their kids safe on the field?
Well, Jordy, it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you. As far as football is concerned, it's such a great sport, and there's so many advantages to playing football at all ages. But yeah, it does carry some risk of injury. Some injuries are inevitable. I always say that the way to avoid injuries is to sit on a couch, which is something that nobody wants to do. But making sure that the athletes are well prepared, that they're in good shape, that they're not going to have strains and sprains, that they have good equipment, particularly shoulder pads and all the pads in their pants, and most importantly, have a good quality helmet, are all important. And then probably the most important thing is good technique, and that gets down to coaching and making sure that the players really engage in that coaching and learning good techniques to avoid those injuries that may be preventable.
And let's say a child is injured. How can parents best respond both quickly and effectively when something like this occurs?
Well, thankfully, most organized football has athletic trainers maybe a team physician, or at least coaches that have some experience in dealing with injuries. The injuries come in all shapes and sizes, and sometimes it's hard to know what's serious and what's not serious. But those medical personnel that are on the sidelines, even if it's an EMT, they are very helpful in trying to work through some of the seriousness. And then when the acuity is worn off, then there becomes a decision. Okay, what's next? Should I take my child to the emergency room? Should I not take my child to the emergency room? Again, you can get some input from the athletic trainers and the medical personnel that are there, and take their guidance moving forward.
And to follow up on that, why should parents consider going to an Ortho Carolina orthopedic urgent care over a traditional ER?
Well, an emergency room is for emergencies, obviously, and a big hospital emergency room takes emergencies of all types. And as one might imagine, if they're busy and there's a whole bunch of emergencies, they're going to triage, and if somebody's having a heart attack or somebody's having a stroke or some serious life-threatening emergency, that is going to take priority over somebody's injured leg from a high school football game, or an ankle injury or a shoulder injury, et cetera. The orthopedic urgent care centers that we have at Ortho Carolina don't have some of those other medical emergencies. It's more focused, and everybody there is specialized in orthopedic and musculoskeletal care. And so not only do you get experts, it's a lot more efficient process, but also they know what's next. And so if somebody comes in with a foot or ankle problem, then they can triage and say, okay, you need to go see one of these doctors who specialize in foot and ankle problems. And if it's same thing with shoulder or knee, et cetera. So they can help triage, assess things emergently, but also get patients in the right hands.
And Ortho Carolina has an app called Hurt. Would you be able to explain what the purpose of this Hurt app is and what sort of challenges does it address for patients?
Yeah, the Hurt app is really cool, Jordy. It's an app that Ortho Carolina has teamed up with, and essentially a patient or a parent can get on this app, and they're connected with an orthopedic expert literally within 2 or 3 minutes. And through communication with that healthcare provider, sometimes pictures, you can take a picture and download it to the app, and they can help work through whether or not, okay, that's just a ankle sprain, you'll be fine, as opposed to, well, you know what, you may have a broken bone, you need to go into the emergency room, get an x-ray. Or it hurts right here in my shoulder, do I need to rush to the emergency room? No, you can get an appointment on Monday morning to come and see it. So they help work through the emergency or the triage aspect of it. But another cool part of it is that the Hurt app as well, because we've teamed up with them, they can help triage those patients to the right people in their area and in the area of expertise that the athlete needs to be treated.
And what specialized services does Ortho Carolina offer high school athletes?
Oh gosh, we provide essentially the full gamut of services to all of our athletes, but in particular high school athletes. There's evaluation and treatment of injuries. We just talked about orthopedic urgent cares and the Hurt app. We have immediate access to people that get injured, not just over the weekend, but on a Thursday night game or even during practice. They can come see us that day, evaluate the problem, get them in to see one of our therapists, get them in to see athletic trainers, talk about braces or not braces. And then if something's more severe, then of course we get X-rays, MRIs, and can manage the full gamut of injuries that may happen on a football field.
And Ortho Carolina goes by the slogan, "The Better Choice." Can you explain why the organization stands by this statement?
Jordy, we kind of feel that if somebody's got a heart problem, then it's probably a good thing to go see some of the best heart specialists that they could possibly see. Same thing with a kidney problem. If you got a bad kidney problem, then you want to see the best nephrologist that you can see. Well, we feel the same way about musculoskeletal care. We recruit and hire and cultivate, if you will, some of the best musculoskeletal and orthopedic physicians and surgeons in the United States. We're proud of it, and we feel like that benefits our patients in their evaluation, their management, their treatment, and if somebody's injured badly enough to require surgery, their surgical management will be done with expertise in the rehab as well to get them to the point to be able to return back to the field. So it's a full a team approach, if you will, and the full gamut of care that we provide that we feel like really benefits our patients.
Well, Dr. Connor, thank you so much for your time and all this great information you just gave us and shared today. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
The first question out of a kid's mouth is, when can I get back to doing what I want to do?
So in 2019, I was in class and I was doing a jump that I've been doing since I was maybe 6 years old. And my foot went one knee, my knee went the other, and my knee dislocated. It amazes me how I went through what I went through and I was still able to continue my dreams.
We don't leave the operating room until it's perfect.
After my surgery, even though it hasn't been that long, I'm able to do things that I wasn't able to do before, and the progress of the recovery has been a lot faster than I anticipated.
We aspire to make patients feel at the end of the entire recovery like nothing has happened. They're back to their baseline.
Back to the Ortho Carolina halftime report with Reggie Walker. I'm Darren Vaught. Glad you're here. Halftime score, Myers Park 23, J.M. Robinson 6. But last night was Friday night, Reg, which means there was a lot more high school football that has taken place already this weekend. We saw Mallard Creek get a big victory over Rollsville. Weddington, prominent victory over Mooresville, a very good Mooresville team. Huff with a big victory. Independence, big win as well. Monroe dominant over Hope County.
I should point out that these are local rankings. Rollsville, who Mallard Creek beat, is ranked in the top 10 in the state of North Carolina, depending on which poll you look at, so a quality win there. Weddington over Mooresville jumps out. Mooresville historically been a team, especially the last few years, done an excellent job, 9+ win seasons, 10 win seasons as well. Huff, South Point, big matchup, a lot of eyeballs on it. This is a Huff team that's much younger than we've seen the last couple of years. The quarterback position is stabilized. They were able to get that kind of a big win. I think that's going to really help that football team. You talk about a murderer's row schedule early in the season. They are playing a tough schedule. Independence going down to Gaffney and getting a win there. DJ McFadden Jr., they lose the quarterback in Justin Little. Jaden Jones, explosive in the running game, does an excellent job. So moving on from there, big time, big win for Independence.
Next in line for the rivalry series powered by Ortho Carolina, September 5th, the next game on this package, Weddington and Monroe. And for Myers Park, our team of focus, one of our two teams of focus here today, this is a look at their next 5 games. They will see Weddington next week, and then Providence at Mallard Creek at Charlotte Christian. Man, you look at the non-conferences for teams all around this area, and I think the theme is the same. It is challenging.
It really is. And look, we just talked about Weddington and what they've been the last few years. Providence, always a difficult team. We saw Mallard Creek last night, a young group in a lot of ways, but very, very talented, great athletes all over the place. Charlotte Christian, a private school that expects to compete for a state championship at the private school level. And, oh, by the way, Garinger down there at the bottom, most people are going, oh, it's just Garinger. No. Garinger, first win in 49 games last night. They snapped a 48-game losing streak on Friday night. Things might be looking up over at Garinger. They're fired up for what the future could be there as well.
Let's take a look at the next 5 for J.M. Robinson as well. They hail from Cabarrus County, so of course you got those teams on your schedule at West Cabarrus. A.C. Reynolds, usually a very, very good team out of Asheville. East Rowan, Salisbury, and Concord also on the schedule.
Yeah, Concord, a long history of a lot of success, especially if you go back to the Easy Smith era. The head coach, I played with his son, Easy Smith, the 4th in college at Penn State, an excellent offensive lineman. Go back to the top, West Cabarrus, new head coach in Matt Jenkins, who was the first head coach that Huff football ever had a ton of success there. You expect him to get that program into the direction of competing at a high level on a consistent basis. A.C. Reynolds, we saw them a couple of years ago in a playoff game at Weddington, acquitted themselves very well, often have a really a deep, talented football team also.
He is Reginald Walker Jr. I'm Darren Vaught. We're glad you're with us at Charlotte Kickoff Night. 23-6, the halftime score. Still 2 quarters to go between Myers Park and J.M. Robinson in our first game of the day. Stay with us.
The first question out of a kid's mouth is, when can I get back to doing what I want to do?
So in 2019, I was in class and I was doing a jump that I've been doing since I was maybe 6 years old. And my foot went one knee, my knee went the other, and my knee dislocated. It amazes me how I went through what I went through and I was still able to continue my dreams.
We don't leave the operating room until it's perfect.
After my surgery, even though it hasn't been that long, I'm able to do things that I wasn't able to do before, and the progress of the recovery has been a lot faster than I anticipated.
We aspire to make patients feel at the end of the entire recovery like nothing has happened. They're back to their baseline.
The Ortho Carolina halftime report continues here at Memorial Stadium. Halftime between Myers Park and J.M. Robinson in our first of 2 games this evening. Myers Park holds a 23-6 lead. Reggie, the Mustangs have dominated in this one, but for the Bulldogs, they've shown glimpses, right? An 8+ minute drive for that one score of theirs, and they managed to turn Myers Park over in the red zone there, but then just coughed it up.
Yeah, they were solid offensively, particularly in the running game, but I thought if they could have, and there you see the turnover on this particular play here, I feel like if they can get a couple more plays going in the passing game, it could slow down a little bit of the pursuit in the running game and open something up. So they're going to have to hit a couple of quick throws early. They've got to do a better job handling some of this pressure, particularly DeMod Lewis in that first half was very disruptive. I think if they can do that, they can get their offense going a little bit. And then on the Myers Park side, I think they've got to continue to mix and match with Falzerano and then Keefe and Portis on the outsides in that passing game as well.
Brody Keefe with the most recent touchdown for Myers Park. That was 9 yards from Ramir Watson with just 42 seconds remaining in the half. 23-6. And the second half to begin very shortly here at Memorial Stadium. It's Charlotte High School football kickoff night, powered by Ortho Carolina.
The first question out of a kid's mouth is, when can I get back to doing what I want to do?
So in 2019, I was in class and I was doing a jump that I've been doing since I was maybe 6 years old. And my foot went one knee, my knee went the other, and my knee dislocated. It amazes me how I went through what I went through and I was still able to continue my dreams.
We don't leave the operating room until it's perfect.
After my surgery, even though it hasn't been that long, I'm able to do things that I wasn't able to do before, and the progress of the recovery has been a lot faster than I anticipated.
We aspire to make patients feel at the end of the entire recovery like nothing has happened. They're back to their baseline.
The Ortho Carolina halftime report has reached its conclusion. We are just about ready to start the second half of play. J.M. Robinson will receive the kickoff to begin the third quarter, trailing by 17. They've experienced some hiccups throughout a half of football, including Enos Styles going down due to injury, one of their two running backs that they use. We saw star offensive lineman Elijah Shue banged up, but then back into the game as well. Reggie, you gave these as keys to the game. How would you grade these out to this point?
For Myers Park right now, I give them a B+. Falzarano got it going later in the half, but very effective. Got the touchdown run. Saw another big run as well from him. So they got that going later in the half. Special teams, they won that on the opening kickoff of the game. Chaz Portis, house call immediately to put 6 points on the board. And then for J.M. Robinson, give them like a C. Thunder and Lightning, well, they're missing one of those guys now, as you mentioned. Styles out, likely not going to return. I see him on the sideline. No shoulder pads, no jersey. And then the turnover battle is about even, although when you think about it, the one turnover for J.M. Robinson deep in their own end immediately surrendered a touchdown. So that's kind of why the grade is a little bit lower to a C, because of they immediately gave up those points. It immediately cost them.
Fair assessments.
I try to grade, I don't need to grade on a curve. I think we're fair there. We don't need a curve. I'm not that difficult a professor.
James Remsen boots it back. Cameron Tucker sprints to the 20-yard line and is knocked down to the ground.
I think Tucker thought that ball was going to go over his head and into the end zone.
Every other kick from Remsen has been a touchback, so a bit of a surprise probably there.
Yeah, and he was kind of late reacting to it. I don't think they ever really got set up the way they wanted to.
And maybe the wind knocking that down off the foot of Remsen. It looks, according to the flags here around the concourse, a slight breeze at least against the kick that time, as the two teams have swapped sides of the field.
What are you, a weatherman now too? Look at you.
No.
You catch everything. That's why I like working with you. You see everything.
Ori Greenfield back out to lead the offense for J.M. Robinson. 1st and 10 from the 20. Rolling to his left. Thought about a throw. Chased by Thrasher out of bounds. This will go for a 5-yard gain.
I like that call. I think they got to do more of that. Just move the pocket a little bit. Make DeMod Lewis and that defensive front have to figure out where the quarterback is going to be. Make them take a little bit longer to locate him and potentially slow that pass rush down.
On 2nd and 5, play fake. It's a screen to Antonio Howie. They'll gain a few more here. 4 on the catch, and that makes it 3rd and 1.
I like this early offense here by the Bulldogs. They're getting wide. They're getting outside, making this defensive front, who's been really the catalyst defensively for Myers Park in the first half, making those guys have to chase the play down.
Fake give. Greenfield goes himself and is stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Portis and Thrasher combine forces.
Hank Thrasher, so good at diagnosing. I think he's one of the better ones in Charlotte, in the city, in terms of middle linebackers that diagnose and then what I call detonate, meaning it processes from the brain to the body and they get going to make the play.
Robinson now 4 for 9 on 3rd downs this game. They will go for it on 4th and 1 here. Greenfield tries to sneak it over himself and is dragged back. That'll be a turnover on downs.
That was unbelievable. I believe, now, DeMod Lewis is going to get the tackle on the back end, but I think the play was made inside by number 40, Ramin Lewis-Taylor. He just submarined that whole thing, blew it up from the inside, and didn't allow any push for this Robinson offensive line.
Well, that happened kind of casually there, Reg, right? I mean, for Robinson, 4th and short, at your own 29-yard line, you think, okay, all right, we're going to go for it, maybe pick it up pretty easily. But if you don't, here you go. The outcome is very, very short field for Myers Park.
Yeah, 3-possession game. I like the aggression there, but you're right. The risk-reward is always tough in those spots.
Ramir Watson fakes a handoff, dumps it, Landon Moss's way, and he spills forward inside the 20-yard line. That's a gain of 11 and a first down.
He got a great block by Brody Keefe to make that play that time. As he was working to the outside, Brody Keefe came back to the inside, made a big hit to spring him to make an easy catch.
First and 10 at the 18-yard line. That was the first catch for Landon Moss, the senior tight end. Handoff, Josh Falzarano.
I just like Falzarano's style. He's never in a situation where he's getting greedy and doing too much. Just gets downhill and gets what he can.
Gain of a couple, 2nd and 8.
That's going to be a false start. I think that was 70. That's 71 or 77 inside there. They get Mullally, but I thought I saw a little bit of movement by George Sigaritas, the big fella inside, big number 77. Looked like I saw a little bit of a rock in his stance.
Either way, backs it up. And Myers Park behind the chains. 2nd and 13. Fake pitch. Watson takes off with it himself. Needs some blocks to get picked up. And he's wrapped up and brought down. Helmet slings off.
Yeah, he's going to have to come out for a play there. Ryan Rizzuti will come in the game. There was just nothing there. He had to tuck it and run it. Big hit. Helmet comes off.
And a player down getting checked up on for J.M. Robinson. DeMonte Barr, the senior defensive back.
And one thing you don't want to be short in terms of bodies of against this Myers Park offense is defensive backs. Cam Tucker as well on the sideline for Robinson. Looking to be trying to stretch himself out a little bit. Maybe not totally right himself. Again, usually the first game or two of the season for high school football can be a little bit difficult on these bodies because in practice you can manage some of the water breaks, do some different things. First couple of games of the season, it's still really warm outside. And oh, by the way, maybe your hydration as young players is not quite there. In addition to the intensity level is ratcheted up as well because you're into the regular season.
Barr, number 34 there to his feet and back to the Robinson sideline. So play ready to pick back up. Third and 5 from the 14. Falzarano shuffles to the left side and gains a couple, not enough for the first.
Falzarano gets that run, and now Ramir Watson back into the game in Ryan Rizzuti's stead. Had to go off for a play because his helmet came off.
So it'll be 4th and 3. Myers Park's going to go for this. First try on a 4th down in this game. Moves Moss to the right. Watson. Play breaks down. Can't make any headway himself, and it's a turnover on downs.
That's a huge stop for the Bulldogs. You give up a touchdown there, you go down potentially 30-6. You start to wonder if you can even get back into this ball game if you still got a chance. I think right now, basically a 3-possession game. There's enough possessions left in this game as we're into the third quarter, 8 minutes to go. So you're talking about 20 minutes left of game action. There's certainly enough possessions. Everything's got to go right, or most things have to go right. But there are enough possessions left in this game to potentially come back and find a way to win.
Greenfield on 1st and 10. Throws himself. Picked off. Thrasher to the end zone. Interception return for a touchdown.
This is just a great read by Thrasher. You'll see him come into the left side of your screen, and he's reading the quarterback's eyes. As soon as he sees his feet set, he's thinking, get underneath the inside receiver, which was, in that case, number 12, Jackson Kemp. He plays underneath the route, undercuts it, pick six to the house. Excellent read. Great job by Hank Thrasher. Again, we talked about his ability to diagnose and then detonate. That's exactly what he did right there.
Remsen's extra points is through. 30-6 now the count in favor of the Mustangs. So they now have a special teams touchdown, 2 offensive touchdowns, 1 rushing, 1 passing / receiving, and an interception return for a touchdown for a defensive score.
And to add to that, remember, Camden Portis created a turnover after Myers Park turned the ball over in the plus red zone. He immediately created a turnover that turned into a touchdown. So in effect, you could almost say defensively, they're certainly responsible for 14 points.
Yeah. And those have counteracted turnovers forced by the Robinson defense with the Mustangs deep in Bulldogs territory.
That's right.
So at the same time, you're doing your calculations to issue your grades based on a turnover margin. It's not exactly what it seems.
Yeah, all turnovers obviously are not alike, but ones that turn into either on the same play or the next play, points, those have a lot more value than those that don't.
Remsen kicks it to the end zone for a touchback.
Now, right now, for Greenfield, you have to respond to the moment. Okay, you threw an interception. Guess what? You name any quarterback in the history of football, they'll tell you they've thrown an interception. You got to respond. You got to come back, make plays for your team, and continue to fight here down the stretch. As you get later into this third quarter, into the fourth quarter, try to execute, take it one play at a time, and see if you can get your football team back in the game.
Back to the Bulldogs offense. Greenfield gives to Watson. Off tackle right. And is battered on the way to a gain of a few. 3 yards on the carry. It'll be 2nd and 7.
Watson's done a nice job throughout this game there. I thought he's run hard, looking in the right spots in terms of his eyes and where the space is. It's been solid.
Greenfield, after the fake handoff, takes it himself. Brought down from behind. Demetrius Martin, the tackle.
I think he got the first down, though.
And he did. Moves the sticks. Greenfield dumps it underneath. C.J. Waddy run out of bounds after a gain of a couple.
Myers Park defense, they do a great job swarming to the football, don't they? Looked like there was plenty of space over there, and the next thing you know, there's 2 defenders there in about 2 blinks of an eye there.
Greenfield late to get rid of it, and a foot out of bounds as Waddy caught it at the sideline.
It's like a little option kind of play there. That last option, that defender comes up, kind of pitch it out there to the sideline.
Just a gain of 1, 3rd and 7. Greenfield alone in the backfield, drops back and airs it over everyone. Tight coverage from Josh Hines for Myers Park, as the intended man was Jackson Kemp.
Yeah, this secondary has been really good throughout this game. Tight coverage, contesting footballs every time. This has been impressive by that group.
Reese Sabo to punt it away for Robinson. It's Chaz Portis back deep to receive the punt for Myers Park. At the kickoff return for a touchdown on the opening kick of the game. Punt nearly blocked. Cam Guy was skying through there. And it's at the 27-yard line. Ortho Carolina has always been a leader in specialized orthopedic care, but now when urgent attention is needed, Ortho Carolina has urgent care options that focus on orthopedic injuries such as sprains, fractures, strains, and dislocations. You can count on Ortho Carolina to be the more efficient, reliable, and the better choice when it comes to your care needs. Ramir Watson on first down for Myers Park. Trying to make something of it himself, and is stopped. That's a loss of a couple of yards, 2 exactly. And movement. And a false start called. Well, illegal movement on the defense here. So the penalty against J.M. Robinson. Now 2nd and 7. Watson, jump pass, tipped up into the air, completed to a lineman. Penn Craver, the Davidson commit, reels it in.
I think the Davidson coaching staff may be looking at another tight end. Look at Craver. Good hands by the big guy. Look at him. And he knew right away, get north and south. Nice work by Craver.
One of the team captains and a great offensive lineman for this Mustangs team.
They picked the flag up there as well. I think at first they were potentially going to call an ineligible receiver.
Yeah, I think that's probably the
Illegal
instinct,
touching.
right?
Right.
And you know that you can pick the flag up.
Correct.
Falzerano, untouched, right through the middle of the defense. 60-plus yards, scores his second touchdown.
Falzerano, that's just pure speed. An excellent job getting that thing blocked up front. He sees it and absolutely explodes through the hole, and you're not catching him from behind. Now there's a flag down around the 40-yard line opposite the play. Not quite sure what this is.
So it's an unsportsmanlike conduct on Myers Park. It'll be enforced on the kickoff, so the touchdown stands 66 yards on the run by Falzerano.
You wonder if they got Falzerano for the sort of slide into the end zone.
Extra point is through for Remsen. And this has gotten ugly, a 31-point lead for Myers Park.
Yeah, all of a sudden, you wonder if that offensive line is kind of worn down. The offensive line of Myers Park, I should say, has potentially started to wear down this defensive front of J.M. Robinson. Robinson, a talented group, but this offensive line for Myers Park, 4 seniors, a couple of juniors, and a 6-person really rotation, all with a ton of experience, tight-knit group, really understand how to create space for Falzerano, and Falzerano explodes on the back end.
Quite the statement to this point for Myers Park. A team that, again, 4 wins, 6 losses a season ago. Look, you and I can sit up here and understand that injuries were a large part of that.
Yes.
Their head coach, Chris James, does not like to make excuses.
He does not.
But at the same time, the challenge he issued to the team all offseason was, are you going to be a 4-win team? Do you believe truly that we are only a 4-win team? And if you're not, if you don't think we are, we got to be who we are all the time.
Absolutely. And that's what it really comes down to is you can't allow, right? He said it best. He's like, we put 4 and 6 on tape. Nobody put 4 and 6 on tape for us. We put it on tape ourselves.
Muffed catch on the kick by Snipe. And then it's down at the 12-yard line.
Speaking of injuries, that guy right there, Rodney Dunham, number 14, defensive lineman, Notre Dame commit, got hurt in the last regular season game last year against South Mecca, knee injury, not quite back yet. He's been cleared by doctors, but he's not quite back yet. He's another one of those guys that would be a part of this defensive front. We also mentioned Diego Lewis, who would generally wear number 10 next to his brother Damad Lewis. All of a sudden, you get all of those guys on the field together. This defensive line even better. So you talked about the injury piece of it. They're still battling those, but obviously playing through it and playing fairly well today.
L.J. Watson jukes out of the backfield, up the hash, and brought down at the 33-yard line.
It's a nice run by L.J. Watson. got a little bit of a pulling guard coming to the left, works behind that, and then makes his way back to the right-hand side. Good vision. They tell young running backs, run the daylight, young man, run the daylight. Excellent job there by Watson finding it back off to the right side.
21 yards on the carry. It's a first down for J.M. Robinson. Running out of time now. Still a full quarter after these 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. And incomplete. Tyson Van Dyke, the intended target.
They ran the same scheme there, just that time faked a little play action and threw it back to the backside. Now Maurice Miller into the backfield in Watson's stead. Remember, no Ennis Styles, first half injury.
Greenfield slips it to Waddy, caught inside, tried to get back to the outside, and is brought down from behind. Sammy McDonald, the tackle.
Yeah, this is a nice job getting back to the inside by Waddy and then get north and south so he can make sure he picks up that first down.
Up to the 45-yard line. We've seen this from Robinson. Methodical, piece by piece, putting together a long series. They hope to go even longer here, approaching midfield. Miller carries and picks up 3 yards.
It's a nice run there by Miller. Wasn't a lot there. He just kind of got behind that offensive line and just drive the legs and see what you can get. Not the biggest guy, but I like the way he ran the football that time.
Second down, 7 to gain. Greenfield over to Miller, and he stumbles past the first down marker at the 45 on the other end.
Nice cut, good vision that time. See him catch the pitch, watch him. See, sticks that left foot in the ground and gets north and south, avoids a tackler to get up inside. That's a nice run for, again, not a big guy, but not afraid to run up inside.
And a timeout called by Myers Park as Robinson was, maybe you saw Greenfield there motioning, maybe trying to hurry things up. Mustangs want to make sure they're ready.
Absolutely. It's a good timeout. You're starting to see, particularly defensively for Myers Park, starting to see some creases they were giving up there, and a good job by the Bulldogs taking advantage of those opportunities, maximizing those creases.
Bulldogs trying to fight back into this one. This is a team that's been very, very good out of Cabarrus County in recent years. They've got a number of young players playing up on the varsity level for the first time, but capable players. Waddy catches on the screen, slung out of bounds, and flags for the late hit.
And that's a great job by one of the Robinson coaches, immediately getting in there and separating his players. He didn't touch any of the Myers Park players. Watch him right here. The official right there, the bald head with the beard. See, he starts grabbing his own guys. That is a great job by a coach, mitigating circumstances. That's excellent. That's the way you're supposed to do it. He didn't touch any of the other players. He grabbed guys on his own team and got them out of the fray. That's well done.
Let's see what the ruling is, or if there's anything extra added to what we expect. And it's the personal foul, late hit.
There, that play was your wheelhouse. That was Suplex City.
I don't know that it was quite that from Cam Guy. He was really just finishing the motion, but
Okay.
I'm not going to hold it against him.
Belly to back? No? No?
It was a suplex of some kind. Yeah, well, I'll give you that.
I had to
I'll give
get
you
you
that.
to-
I know you're baiting me here. I did.
Absolutely.
First down for Robinson. Greenfield mishandles the snap. Looked like Watson was the first to fall on it, though, so it'll stay with the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Greenfield, this isn't the first time in this game. He's had some struggles throughout the game. I think he just kind of took his eyes off of it that time again. That's something I'm sure they'll discuss, and he'll get cleaned up as the season moves on.
It was something you noted, an issue on their first couple of series. Hasn't really come up since then.
No, he's been really good since then on it until then.
Now he hands it to Watson, who steps inside of McDonald and then is brought down by a few different Mustangs defenders.
Watson should have lost 4 yards there, and somehow he got back to the line of scrimmage, maybe even picked up a yard and a half.
Third and 9 coming up for Myers Park. 1 for 5 on thirds, for Robinson. 0 for 2 on third downs in this second half. Greenfield keeps it. Long way to go, and too many white shirts in the way.
Yeah, I think that was a 4-down territory type of call there. I suspect they're going to go for it on 4th down. Nice move there to make DeMond Lewis miss. But Lewis gets back into play and gets a piece of the tackle. Little nickel package look here for Myers Park. 4th and long situation.
4th and 6. Greenfield to Watson on a screen. He gets inside the 15. Good enough for the first.
Hank Thrasher and DeMond Lewis both took shots on that play. Lewis is up, but kind of trying to work a little bit with that right arm and see if he's okay, and Thrasher's still down.
That's the second successful try on 4th down by the Bulldogs today. Now 2 for 3. Thrasher is up on his feet and heading to the Myers Park sideline on his own power. You see him there, 44. Totally unassisted, so that's a great sign.
It looks like maybe a situation where we might see him back in this ballgame.
.44 seconds remaining in the third quarter. J.M. Robinson in search of their second score of the game. Watson tripped up in the backfield. Bakari Cisse, as well as McDonald there on the tackle. Time winding down. 2nd and 12. Greenfield whips it, and it's out of bounds, incomplete. Lottie had a foot out. It's a great catch. It just won't count.
Yeah, just unable to find a way to get that one completed there. close play, but to no avail.
Third and 12. Only 4 seconds remaining in the quarter. Greenfield over the middle, almost intercepted, but it pops off of Josh Hines' chest and incomplete.
Yeah, he missed L.J. Watson out to the right. That would have been an easy completion to the right. Kind of stares this one down, nearly gets it picked off.
It'll be fourth down either way, all the way on the other side of the field when we resume for the start of the fourth quarter. When we return, it is Charlotte kickoff night at Memorial Stadium, powered by Ortho Carolina.
We don't leave the operating room until it's perfect.
After my surgery, even though it hasn't been that long, I'm able to do things that I wasn't able to do before, and the progress of the recovery has been a lot faster than I anticipated.
We aspire to make patients feel at the end of the entire recovery like nothing has happened. They're back to their baseline. We don't leave the operating room until it's perfect.
3 quarters in the books. Myers Park 37, J.M. Robinson 6. The Mustangs 4-6, missing the playoffs a season ago, on a mission in this 2025 season to try to prove that that's not them. So they've got it down to a fourth down for J.M. Robinson. But the Bulldogs in the red zone are going to go for it. Greenfield throws over the middle, and it was almost caught by Howie, but snapped out of his hands at the last second, incomplete.
Yeah, Cam, the guy, did an excellent job locking and trailing the receiver here, and then boom, right there, attacks the football through the receiver's body and forces the incompletion. Howie unable to bring it in.
Turnover on downs gives it back to Myers Park. Up 31, 11:54 to play. And Myers Park down the depth chart a bit. Junior Jaden Huff in at running back. Ramir Watson still the quarterback, hands it to Huff. Shuffles his way to the outside, not quite enough for the first, gain of 8 or 9.
Nice run there by Huff. Good burst, working to the right side. Follows his blockers there really well, particularly Landon Moss, the tight end. Gets a nice gain out over the right side, out past the 20-yard line, I should say.
Gain of 7 given the spot, so 2nd and 3. Huff again. Right up the seam. And a flag on the tail end of the play.
Yeah, you wonder if that might be a little bit of a face mask at the end there.
Personal foul face mask. I think you're batting 1,000 so far. We're not quite through our second game of the year. You're calling those with mid-season accuracy.
I appreciate that, partner. Trying to keep up with you. You're dialed in every aspect. Early.
Huff carries. A long step forward, so he gains a couple. 2, down to the 45-yard line.
And I think if you're the Mustangs right now, your conversation is about the play clock between every snap right now.
Moss in motion. It's underneath to Portis. Can't get around to the edge. Tackled. Jameer Kelly on the stop, the sophomore.
Hey, Chaz Portis, we've seen your work today. We saw his work early.
Doesn't mean he's not going to try to do more.
Absolutely correct. He started this game with an explosion.
Return to the opening kick for a touchdown. 3rd and 7 here. Watson steps up in the pocket. Flag out. A hold on a block that likely protected Watson from a big hit.
Yeah, Joseph Meyer had, I mean, that was an absolute undressing, if you will, on the backside against Josh Tate. That right tackle spot.
The holding penalty is declined, so it brings up 4th down.
Surprised they threw it back-to-back times there.
Yeah. Like when you had just mentioned the clock, of course. I mean, you know, you run a couple minutes off with that possession, down to 9.5 and change. Addison Rowland, the senior quarterback, again back to punt. He has punted it once so far today. And up 31. I mean, no doubt you're not going to try a fake. So there it is inside the 20 and a roll just inside the 15. Addison might be their short yardage punter now that I think about it.
Yeah, he can serve some different roles for this team. He can play some quarterback as well, and just gives a lot of different dimensions. But that time, yeah, you want to play a little bit of field position. You don't want to boom it out of the end zone and create a touchback. So instead, you pin them at their 15 instead of allowing them to work from the 20.
J.M. Robinson retakes the field. Ori Greenfield still a quarterback. Maurice Miller back in at running back. Greenfield zips it over the middle, and it's in and out of Azarian Green's hands.
Just want to find a way to get completed. Got to make that grab. Opportunity was there.
First target today for Green. Now he's stacked with McElroy on the left side of your screen. Twins on both sides. Greenfield pursued. Goes to Green again in desperation, incomplete.
Yeah, I think that was more of a throwaway, but he just put it in the vicinity so as not to get the intentional grounding call there.
Third and 10. Robinson unsuccessful on their last 6 third down tries. Greenfield goes deep looking for McElroy, and it's batted out of thin air. A flag out, though, well contested by Orlando Brown. Perhaps a bit too much body contact, though.
I thought he was well in phase, did a nice job. He was kind of on the receiver's back. He went up before the receiver, and I guess they're going to get him for kind of climbing the back there, if you will. By and large, that was pretty good coverage. Tough call there, and McElroy standing there as if high school football says it's a spot foul like the NFL. No, it's just 15 yards.
Still pretty good. You'll take it.
Absolutely. If you're Brown, you don't love the call, but from an official standpoint, especially from our vantage point where we are, I could see him kind of climb McElroy's back a little bit there.
Greenfield looking for McElroy. Incomplete, and it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Demetrius Martin just kind of blew that up. He had the right angle that didn't really allow Greenfield to get the angle he wanted. Greenfield's only about 6 feet tall, and it's harder for him to throw over some of these defensive linemen that are 6'3", 6'4", so he's having to try to change the arm angle. Makes it tough on a play like that on a type of screen to get the ball where it needs to be.
Hand off to Miller. Gain of about 3. And now it's 3rd down again, 3rd and 7.
I think it's a situation where they're just trying to maybe get Miller some opportunities while Watson gets some rest. Obviously, with Styles going out earlier in the game, you don't know how long he could potentially be out. So you need to make sure to get some reps and some opportunities for Miller.
Miller in motion. Greenfield quickly gets it to McElroy. He had to leave his feet for it. That kind of stopped his momentum. Only gains 2 on the play. 4th down coming up.
Yeah, that screen is so difficult because these defensive linemen, not only are they coming because you're obviously inviting them to come, but they're coming so fast. The speed is an issue for the timing of that screen. And then they turn and redirect really, really well once the ball goes up in the air.
Punt formation for Reese Sabo. Justin Westbrook is back to receive the kick. So no more Portis on the punt return team. Well, no more Chaz. Camden Portis is in there as an up man. Fair catch. Westbrook squeezes at the 29. With nationally recognized experts, robust research initiatives, and best-in-class innovative offerings, Ortho Carolina is your primary care physician for musculoskeletal care that is better at every step from start to finish. Ortho Carolina is committed to supporting athletes in their pursuit of excellence, both on and off the field, and they are honored to be the teammates of these dedicated student athletes, their coaches, and the surrounding Carolina community. Learn more about Ortho Carolina at orthocarolina.com. Another possession for Myers Park. Jaden Huff gains 3 on the carry on 1st down.
We already talked about Watson probably not coming back in the game. I don't think we'll see Falzarano in this game anymore either. Likely will be Huff's ball game down the stretch here. I think interestingly enough, Ramir Watson is still in the game at the quarterback position. I think this is about just more reps in this offense for a transfer quarterback.
Formerly at Rocky River High School, another handoff. No gain this time, and it'll be 3rd and 7.
Nice job by this Bulldogs defensive front there to bow up on that particular play. What are they running here?
It's either Pepsi or Texas Pete.
going to go with the old App State left there.
Sounds good to me. Passing down. Watson can't escape trouble. He's ripped to the ground for the sack. Isaiah Woodburn, the sophomore.
It's just a nice play by Woodburn. He's at the top of the screen. Actually, he's at the bottom. He comes on a little delayed blitz. Runs through Huff, the running back there, on the pass protection and gets to the quarterback. That's well done.
Massive loss. Back to the 20-yard line, so 4th and forever for Myers Park. They'll punt it away.
Most importantly for Myers Park there, they did not allow the clock to stop on that possession.
With 1 on the play clock, they initiate the punt. Snipe on the return, makes his way forward about 10 yards, close to midfield.
A decent return there by Snipe. I think here you'll start to see some different bodies on defense for Myers Park in the game here.
A lot of the starters still in.
Yeah.
Just kind of surveying the defense. Stacked receivers bottom of the screen. Greenfield rockets it to Green. And he's down shy of the 30-yard line. Plenty for a first down. 19 yards on the game.
That's a nice catch there. Nice throw by Greenfield. He's on the run there. Watch him put some zip on this ball there. That's well done. Like the throw. Threw it between a couple of defenders. Fits it in there for a first down.
1st and 10. Maurice Miller receives the handoff. Goes right up the middle. And that'll go for 5 yards. Green in motion. Greenfield gives Miller, evades a tackle in the backfield and gets into the red zone. Another first down.
How about Miller? He's looked really good here in this 3rd and 4th quarter with the opportunities he's had. Shifty. Again, not the biggest guy. Good vision. And he's keeping the football. He's holding on to the ball. Nice job by him.
Under 4 to play. Waddy catches and is brought down immediately almost by Josh Hines.
A couple of defensive linemen in there at the end of the play. We've talked a ton about DeMond Lewis, but also Demetrius Martin again gets outside and gets a piece of that play after a completion from that defensive end spot.
No gain on that last play. Greenfield on 2nd and 10. Hesitates, runs. And that closed up on him in a hurry.
Yeah, it did. The speed of this defense.
At the conclusion of this one, we will name our Ortho Carolina Player of the Game. About 2.5 minutes to go. Now it's 3rd and 7. J.M. Robinson has not converted a 3rd down in the second half. 0 for 5. Greenfield fakes the give to Miller, takes it himself around the edge, chance at the pylon, and he's pushed out of bounds. prior to the goal line.
Love the toughness right here. Watch him turn the corner. He sees the end zone. He lowers that shoulder, and there is a meeting between he and Josh Hines. I like the physicality there. What I also loved is Josh Hines, after they knocked the pylon over, he immediately picked it up and put it back where it's supposed to be.
Respectful young man.
Absolutely.
That Josh Hines. First third down converted for the Bulldogs in the second half. They're now 1 for 6 on thirds. And they're 3 yards away from their second score of the game. Waddy in motion, a fake give to Miller. The target was Waddy, who didn't see it fly over his head.
Greenfield, I'm sure, will tell him, hey, always want the ball and always look for it. It's coming.
Flag at the line of scrimmage. It's on the offense. So this will back up the Bulldogs. Goal to go from the 8 now. Designed run. Greenfield was taking it from the very start, and he's wrapped up and brought down. Who else but DeMond Lewis?
DeMond Lewis has been unbelievable throughout this game. Look at him come down the line of scrimmage as the play goes away, and then has the wherewithal and the athleticism to make sure not to allow Greenfield to beat him back around the outside and potentially get in the end zone.
Miles Hurd with a little bit of help on the tail end of that. Something tells me Lewis didn't really need it. Third and goal from the 10. Greenfield chased, brought down, sacked. DeMond Lewis.
How about DeMond Lewis? At the top of the left side of your screen there, just goes to work. One-on-one situation against Elijah Shue. Great job with the hands, good footwork, technique. He's able to come off and make that play.
Now it's 4th and goal to go from the 20. So a field goal attempt on the way. Reese Sabo from 37 yards out. He puts his right on it and sails it no good. Myers Park football with 34 seconds. And the final seconds of this one, just a formality, Reg.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'll likely see a kneel down here from the Mustangs.
Time to name our Ortho Carolina player of the game. Running back Josh Falzerano, number 3 there. Haven't seen him in a bit, but that's because this one got one-sided for Myers Park. Couple of touchdown runs for Falzerano, the first in the first half of 20 yards, and then a 66-yard scamper in the third quarter.
I'm going to say by bad math, he's certainly over 100 yards in this game.
Rizzuti kneels it. And that should do it because with a new play clock, Myers Park has the time to let the clock wind down and hit 0 to conclude our first contest here at Memorial Stadium in Uptown Charlotte. It is Charlotte High School football kickoff night, powered by Ortho Carolina. Myers Park 37, J.M. Robinson 6. Reg, an impressive opening victory to start the season for the Mustangs.
Yeah, Chris James told us his team in its entirety was very focused this offseason. This type of performance to start the season certainly explains and displays that kind of mentality. A big-time start for them, a big win over a J.M. Robinson team out of Concord that I can guarantee you at the 5A level we will hear from at playoff time.
Myers Park 37, J.M. Robinson 6. So for Reggie Walker, for our producer-director Mike Moore, the rest of our crew here from Memorial Stadium, I'm Darren Vaught. So long. Thanks for joining us for our first game of Charlotte Kickoff Night, powered by Ortho Carolina.
Could be. I don't know enough about these teams right now. I've been to a single Olympic game, I don't think, since I've been here. Olympic? We beat Shelby early last year, which was a crazy game. Butler, I feel like he's going to have it down here. I don't know, Coach coming back. But the problem is he came back because how bad it was. How bad it was, and because I already forgot his name. The coach that was there left, and Farrenbeer left, and all the guys transferred out. Did he leave or resign? A little bit of both. Or get fired? I don't think he got fired. No. What was it? That last? It's the last 2 or 3. So that was around 9. So I guess 2. Okay, shaking this down. Double check. This is right. Yeah, that's one of the least for. Yeah, so it's probably automatic. Alright. I hate those lights in the background. I know. There's nothing I can do about that. I've been moving on this probably for. I forgot about those other games at night. You don't know that color at all. It's just, it's 7 months to get about it. Cool. Oh yeah. Thank you, brother. Of course. I very much appreciate that. Because I was like, well, I don't need it till. I was in my head. I was so close. It was like, yeah, I was so sad when the fog from last night. Like Thursday, we worked all day because we had to record our show and we had to do something that night. Friday was the same thing. Promotions. Friday night football today, so the same thing. Tomorrow will be the same thing. Monday, I'll finally get a day. Like Monday and Tuesday out of my whole days, I haven't had a chance to get a day off. Actually, I'm going to plug in until we. I'll plug in when I get there. I'm probably just going to leave the bath, get it to the stand up on the way out, and then slap up the other station. So you got a front still or no? That's your stand up here, yeah. No, so you're not going to be staying in the studio? No, just my thing is like, I'm not in the field. Still want to go back inside the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, football fans of all ages, welcome to the 12th annual Charlotte Kickoff Night, powered by Ortho Carolina. This premier football event is brought to you by BSN Sports, US Navy, Central Piedmont Community College, Tacos for Life, and of course, Ortho Carolina. Ortho Carolina has always been a leader in specialized orthopedic care, but now, when urgent attention is needed, Ortho Carolina has urgent care options that focus on orthopedic injuries, such as sprains, fractures, strains, and dislocations. You can count on Ortho Carolina to be the more efficient, reliable, and better choice when it comes to your care needs. For the very latest in sports news, play-by-play, and entertainment, keep your dial tuned to Sports Radio 92.7 WFNZ. If you're talking about it, we're talking about it. Sports Radio 92.7 WFNZ, the exclusive home on the Charlotte Sports Band.
Start talking like make shit up. You start talking like you start probably analyzing more in a play than you really need to. Jax, I think that's Jax.
Like boys was getting their ass kicked last night, and I'm like, hey, it's not over. A lot of football left to play.
That's all you can say. think that's Jack's.
Okay. I'm just isolating variables. I don't know how ants get in a fucking computer.
You got ants in the computer?
No. I walked back in and there's 20 ants just like walking around.
What was Mike doing? Taking pictures? Oh, yeah, they're all over this. Oh, he was talking to the official.
Yeah.
And then exterminator. Mm-hmm. Now with this shit, like all that other stuff, like sometimes I be like, yo, you doing too much. And you just fucking boom, 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 bam. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's been in every possible way.
So how'd you two meet?
What's that?
How'd you two meet? How did you two meet?
We did. It's funny. Mike produced it. He and I did an ESPN3 basketball game at High Point, like in 2018. And we got to know each other then, stayed in touch. Obviously, knowing he's more of a football guy, we had kept saying for years, we're like, we got to get a football booth together. And then Mike, when NAS first got the Mayhackle package, called me because he was like, hey, here's the deal, I need a play-by-play. And I was like, all right, well, three of us work together on that basketball. I want to work football with Reggie. I think he should be our next call. So it worked out. And now we're kind of a package deal. Yeah, right? Yeah, we need one. We don't have one.
Seriously, man, you gotta market that shit.
Yeah.
Like ESPN one shoe.
Yeah, right?
These guys are hot, man.
That's it. That's it.
Thanks for joining us on the field this evening's point toss is Jason Silva, North Carolina sports medicine surgeon. For 12 years, North Carolina has powered this Mecklenburg County tradition.
Welcome into our second game of Charlotte Kickoff Night to begin the high school football schedule, powered by Ortho Carolina. The nightcap here at Memorial Stadium, the Trojans of Olympic against the Bulldogs of Butler. I'm Darren Vaught. I am with Reginald Walker Jr., the former and forever Penn State Nittany Lion. Reg, let's begin with Olympic. This is a team under Brandon Thompson that has a lot of promising talent and a lot of expectations, a lot of anticipation entering this season.
Absolutely. And when you look at this football team, there's a lot of things that what you would call stable with Brandon Thompson as the head coach. 7th year as the coach, continues to build this program. Some changes coming, obviously, in the way of the new 1 through 8 instead of 1 through 4 in terms of levels of play in high school football. But Brandon Thompson has been the mark of stability for Olympic.
Meanwhile, opposite them, the guys in the black, the Butler Bulldogs, led by Brian Hales. What is old is new again, because Brian Hales took a year off after a retirement, and now he's back to lead this Bulldogs team.
And that goes back to what I was talking about with Coach Thompson. On the other side, it's Brian Hales in a program that has always been known for its stability. Now all of a sudden a little bit unstable over the last 365 days or so, give or take. Now all of a sudden Brian Hales, you see him there at the bottom of your screen, back on the sideline. One more time, he had retired, was not there all last season, back now as the interim head coach.
Keys to the game presented by Ortho Carolina. What do you got?
Yeah, Olympics got to create some explosive plays in the offense and make this Butler team try to play from behind, try to work to the confidence of this team, and then win first down, particularly on defense. They want to keep Butler behind the chains, make them predictable. Butler needs to start fast. I think this is a team that went through a lot last year. They need to get the confidence back up. They need to see some success early for a lot of these guys who hadn't really played necessarily directly for Brian Hales before, and then respond to adversity. Last season, this was a program that struggled. One of the really, since the first year of the program altogether, last season was the first losing season they ever had. So now, how do they respond when they get hit in the mouth? Can they come back and fight back and find ways to win games?
Olympic receives the opening kickoff. Bryce Nixon shuttles it in between the hashes to about the 26-yard line before a stoppage of forward motion, and we are underway.
That forward motion was stopped loudly initially. Then he got it going again a little bit, and then they were able to get him backed up and pushed back. So going to be interesting to see how much of the juice is back in this Butler football team on the defensive side of the ball.
This is the first time Olympic has played at Memorial Stadium since they faced Providence Day here to begin the 2017 season. New territory, a new classification. So a tough journey ahead of them. And Zahir Smith in at quarterback to begin their season opener, scrambles, or a designed run rather, and moves it about 14 yards for an immediate first down.
Yeah, their quarterback, Chance Cato, number 17, the senior, out this week. He's more of a pure passer. Zahir Smith, much more athletic. He can throw the football as well, but his feet are going to be the big key for this team tonight.
Smith with Nixon beside him in the backfield. A Trojans team that wants to be fast and physical. It's a handoff Nixon's way. Stopped up the middle. Second effort by Butler's defense drags him down after a gain of 1.
I think Nixon missed an opportunity for a big run there. If he slides a little bit more to the left, off of that left tackle who had washed everything down inside, I think he's got a chance to bust out of there for a big run right there.
Two on the carry. So it's 2nd and 8 for the Trojans. And some signals as if for stoppage. Okay, they're going to force a Butler player to exit. Legend Lockwood, the sophomore sensation, if you will, linebacker and tight end, replaced in the defense, maybe for an equipment issue. Now Smith finds a hole, shoots through the second level of the defense, brought down from behind on the 45 and plus territory, another first down.
You and I were down on the field before the game, and we looked at Zaire Smith, and one of the things we both noticed, he's not the biggest kid, which could play to his advantage in this game. You get behind that big offensive line in the quarterback running game, they can't find you. All of a sudden, you're on the other side of the defense streaking down the football field.
Into Bulldogs territory. Smith takes it through the right side. That's another positive gain, about 3 on the carry. So far, according to plan, fast and physical for Olympic.
Fast, physical, and also chewing up some clock, picking up first downs, maintaining possession of the football. Try to minimize the opportunities that Brian Hales will have with that offense.
In addition to the quarterback, Cato, Olympic also missing their tight end and H-back Prentice Cross. Nothing season-ending, but Coach Brandon Thompson says that they just are dealing with a little bit of an injury bug right now. Man in motion. Smith keeps it himself after the fake give, trying to get around the corner and is brought down. That's Stone Sifford on the tackle, chasing him down, number 2 in black.
Yeah, using a lot of misdirection, window dressing there. They get one guy coming across the formation to the left, fake it to him. They've got action going to the right, and then Zaire Smith goes to the right as well. A lot going on, a lot of window dressing in that backfield. Got to have eye discipline if you're Butler on defense.
First test on third down. Smith pushing forward, and it looks like the spot is going to give him enough for the first down.
He does such a good job. Again, not the biggest guy. Does a really good job keeping the legs churning forward even through contact.
Took 3 to 4 Bulldogs defenders to get him down there.
What they love about him the most in this role, in addition to that athleticism, is ball handling ability with all of the window dressing and fakes and things going on in that backfield with the football.
And the first interruption so far in this drive, if you will.
And this is what they can't afford, right? Now you're behind the chains with a quarterback, well, with a player playing quarterback that's not a natural passer of the football. Now you're 1st and 15. They're going to try to force you. Butler is, they want to start to try to make him try to beat them as a passer and take away his legs. 1st and 15 is one of the ways to do that.
He switches sides for Nixon and hands it off. Tackle made at the line of scrimmage. Legend Lockwood brings down Nixon. No gain, and it'll be 2nd and 15. When we spoke with Coach Thompson about the decision to put Smith in at quarterback rather than, they've got a couple of younger quarterbacks, maybe a little bit more by trade on this roster. There's just such a significant drop-off, Thompson said, from their best quarterback, Cato, to the other guys. And in a game like this, in a season like this, where they want to prove some things about the program, they just trust Smith's hands better and his ball control. And he's ripped down to the ground in the backfield. Kenyon Stewart, the senior defensive lineman.
And see, this is what it created. Remember we talked about getting behind the chains and winning first down for Butler on defense? They get a false start penalty. Now it's 1st and 15. Then you get a short run, basically a no-gain run. Now it's 2nd and 15, and all of a sudden you can tee off on the quarterback. because he's forced to throw. It's predictable.
3rd and 21 for the Trojans. Smith runs. Long way to go. A bounce to the outside. Cuts through the middle and gets past the initial line of scrimmage all the way down to the 30-yard line. Still about 5 short of the first.
I think you go for it here. I mean, you're in kind of no man's land. You're at the 30-yard line-ish, right at the 30. Punting does nothing for you, but this is a 47-yard field goal if you try to kick it here. And a punt, at best, you're going to get 10 yards of field position back.
They are going for it, 4th and 5.
And they thought they got an offsides there, too. Not quite.
Smith, nowhere to go. Vince Nixon brings him down from behind with some help for the Bulldogs and forces a turnover on downs.
And again, that's why it's key to get this Olympic offense behind the chains. Again, a non-natural passer of the football forced him to have to run for long 3rd and 4th down type conversions or make him have to throw the football, which is not quite his strength.
So now the first look at Butler's offense as they start Tyler Drusbick, the junior at quarterback, number 15. And how about this? You don't see this often in high school football these days. He's under center and gives it on a jet sweep to Donovan Pollard, who's tackled right at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Connor Lewis, the left corner, does a nice job. Watch him come into your screen on the right side. Does a nice job attacking that inside leg. Makes a short tackle right there at the 30-yard line.
Gain of 1 for the Bulldogs. Up to the 30-yard line. Donovan Pollard, one of the few Bulldogs on this team who actually was coached by Brian Hales a couple of years ago.
Yeah, most of these guys were JVs the last time Brian Hales was on that sideline.
It's a handoff to Morion Thomas Wright. Battered as he makes his way out of bounds after another short gain for Butler. 1 on the play. It'll be 3rd and 8 here. Drusbick quick back up to the line of scrimmage. He's got Thomas Wright to his left, a back that Coach Hales told us is his kind of football player.
Yes, he is. Downhill runner.
Passing down, Drusbick over the middle. It's caught. Lucas Culberson. Inside the 10, into the end zone. Touchdown, Butler. 69 yards to open up the Brian Hales era, part 2.
Excellent job here. It's just a straight drop back, and they lose Culberson. Looks like maybe they were playing either a 4 cross or some straight man coverage. He just splits 2 defenders up the seam. Great throw there by the quarterback, Drusbick, to drop that in, and then it's a foot race, and you're not catching Culberson from behind.
And the extra point, no good. So it'll be 6-0 Butler.
And I tell you what, Darren, you know who was probably the most excited person about that touchdown in this stadium? Brian Hales. When the ball was snapped, he was right near the line of scrimmage. By the time Culberson got in the end zone, Brian Hales was at the 30-yard line towards that side of the field. Brian Hales, I guess he can still run down the sideline as well.
It's funny, we got a quick moment with him, just a short window between games here at Charlotte Kickoff Night, powered by Ortho Carolina. So just a brief moment to say hello. But he was glowing, right? And he sort of gave us the sentiment that, retirement was the right decision, coming back to help at a program that he helped in large part build to the point where it is. He kind of just gave us there's nothing like this when his team was out there warming up, right? You could tell he was really excited about the opportunity.
Yeah, he was. He really is excited. And I think the interesting thing is he's not only is obviously excited because this is what he enjoys, he's excited for the kids to have an opportunity.
Here's Nixon, another chance at a return for Olympic. Got some good blocking, ran right into a man, and was stonewalled by Tyler Dent of Butler.
Tell you what, Nixon, we know how good he is, but that's twice now. He's been pretty close. If he can make one man miss, might be a situation where he puts on a show.
Up to the 29 for Olympic.
The other thing, Darren, to keep an eye on, Olympic's first drive was almost 6 minutes. Butler scores in a minute and a half.
And a handoff on the first play from scrimmage. A 2-yard gain by Nixon. Yeah, I think that's going to be the MO for Olympic is maybe by circumstance with Smith as the quarterback and less of a passing game than you normally would have. You're going to eat up some time if you don't bust a big one.
I agree. I think you're absolutely right. And that's game planning that coaches have to kind of go through and figure out.
2nd and 8, a man in motion. And Smith throws it into the ground. It's called incomplete.
It's probably better. I think if that is complete, you're probably at best going to lose a couple of yards.
Now 3rd and 8. Smith to throw, gets it to Nixon. Long way to go. He gets above the 40-yard line, which was good for the first down, and then is tackled after the catch, making some things happen, Bryce Nixon. I mean, really elusive.
Yeah, and that was an important first down. The last thing you wanted to do was immediately go 3 and out after you gave up an explosive touchdown to Butler. Now you've got to find a way to get something big yourself, kind of start to hit back, right? It's all about, like, these games are, it's almost like a boxing match. Everybody's slugging it out, but every now and then you got to punch back. You got to hit back with something that hurts.
From their own 46, Smith swallowed up at the line of scrimmage.
But he won't go down. He's just hard to get on the ground.
Smith to throw, no. He's going to run. Darts through the secondary, a cut inside, a stiff arm, and he's down at the 35.
Smith is electric, man. He can make some things happen. Look at him here. It looks like they're going to throw it out there in the flat, maybe a screen. He just takes off, and he's got a burst. Gets up the field. Nice job there to move the chains and get a first down.
2:35 and ticking down to play in the first quarter.
Now, I will say this. If this continues, he may run for 250 yards and sleep really, really well tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. Olympic looking to answer that touchdown scored by Butler. Smith again, some good blocking, some good patience, and he's spun down to the 25, a gain of 10, and another first.
The other thing this does, when you have a quarterback that can run this much, the safeties become the interesting piece of it for the defense. They're so far back. If you can just block the guys up front, you got a chance, and Brian Hales is going to take a timeout. I think that's going to be part of the conversation. He's probably going to move his safeties up closer to the line of scrimmage as well.
Ortho Carolina has urgent care options that focus on orthopedic injuries such as sprains, fractures, strains, and dislocations. You can count on Ortho Carolina to be more efficient, reliable, and the better choice when it comes to your care needs. Brian Hales coaching him up, calling the timeout, his first. 6-0 Bulldogs lead. We talked earlier in our first game of the night here at Memorial Stadium a lot about Myers Park and kind of their desire for a bounce back. This is kind of a prove-it year for them. I mean, I think there's no bones about it. This is very much a prove-it season for the Butler program, and that's in part what Hales is doing back there.
Absolutely. They've got to get back on track, as they say, right? The first losing season there since its first year as a program this past season.
Encroachment on the defense coming out of the defensive timeout. So 5 yards awarded to Olympic.
Now the 1st and 5 really helping this offense.
Smith fakes the give, keeps it himself, and is wrapped up and brought down by Zakai Mitchell.
How about Mitchell with the penetration, blows that entire play up, and they can get absolutely nothing.
Back to the initial line of scrimmage, a loss of 5 on the sack. Now 2nd and 10.
It's going to be an offsides.
Yeah. And another flag, so they give it right back to Olympic.
Well, when Brian Hales took that timeout to talk to that defense, I'm sure it wasn't to tell them to get offsides penalties.
Second and 4 for the Trojans. Just over a minute remaining in the first quarter. Smith over the middle, and it's dropped. Maybe footsteps from Donovan Pollard created that scenario.
David McAdams has got to bring that ball in. You could see just before he elevated to go get that football, you could see his head turn as if he was looking up where that safety was, and there's a flag in the backfield.
And no signal given. Not sure what that would have been, but nothing called ultimately. 2nd and 10. Smith bounces toward the outside, spins around, stays on his feet, and is brought down near the first down marker. Maybe not quite enough.
He's fired up out there, too. He's letting this Butler defense know about the plays that he's making as this first quarter starts to wind to a close.
35 seconds ticking downward. It's 3rd and 1. Now Smith darts to the right side. He got the first and then about to the 10-yard line. Olympic is now 3 of 4 converting third downs. The only one that they didn't convert was that 3rd and 21 on their first drive. And that will conclude the first quarter. Olympic will not take another snap until we're on the other side of the field. through 1 in our nightcap here at Charlotte Kickoff Night, powered by Ortho Carolina. Butler with a 6-0 lead on Olympic, but the Trojans are threatening.
The first question out of a kid's mouth is, when can I get back to doing what I want to do?
So in 2019, I was in class and I was doing a jump that I've been doing since I was maybe 6 years old. And my foot went one knee, my knee went the other, and my knee dislocated. It amazes me how I went through what I went through and I was still able to continue my dreams.
From Memorial Stadium in uptown Charlotte, beautiful view of it. 6-0 Butler as we begin the second quarter here at Charlotte Kickoff Night, powered by Ortho Carolina. Reggie Walker, Darren Vaught, we're glad you're here. First and goal coming up for Olympic. Which has been run heavy. But as long as they don't get behind schedule, seemingly it's working out really well for them.
Absolutely. And I think that's the key, is staying ahead of schedule, particularly on first down.
And both teams seemingly were ready to get things going for the start of the second quarter. They've been sent back to their respective sidelines. So maybe we will wait another moment for the resumption of play. Good time to remind you, next up in the Rivalry Series, brought to you by Ortho Carolina, September 5th, so not quite right away with the next weekend of football, but it'll be worth the wait. Weddington at Monroe. You're on the Rivalry Series, presented by Ortho Carolina. Couple weeks' time before that one. So Zaire Smith with Bryce Nixon with him in the backfield. Jacoby Harris, the man in motion. It's a give. Nixon right up the chute and into the end zone for the touchdown.
This is just a great job. Nixon just gets up the field, right up the middle. Makes one nice cut, and it's a walk-in touchdown.
Fernando Zelaya is the senior kicker for Olympic. Very good at his craft. And a flag prior to his extra point attempt. It's on the defense. So we will re-rack this PAT. Zelaya, a soccer player initially. Head coach Brandon Thompson saw him kick as a freshman. Had a quick conversation, said, hey, you ever thought about trying that except with the oblong ball? Says Zelaya gave it a shot, fell in love with it, dropped soccer, and kicking is his thing now.
With all due respect to Coach Thompson, it wasn't a short conversation. That was a long convincing. He knew what he was doing. Short conversation.
Second attempt for Zelaya. A line drive through the uprights. And Olympic has the lead at 7-6 here in the second quarter.
That's a big, big possession, I believe, right there for Olympic. Now they've got some confidence. They've proven that they can put some points on the board with this offense, as sort of, for lack of a better term, as somewhat truncated as it may be in terms of what they can do or what they're willing to do so far from the playbook. You look up, they've had two nice, long, sustained drives in this game. They are certainly dominating time of possession.
So Butler to receive the kickoff as they send back Demorian Thomas Wright and DJ Starling are the deep men. Well, that's Donovan Pollard on the backside of that far side, number 4 in black. Thomas Wright just in front of him. And a bit of a hold-up because Brandon Thompson, the head coach for Olympic, in some sort of conversation with the officials. So you see our white hat making his way to the backside of the play. And now everyone's in position, and we are ready to go. Zelaya sets it up for the kick. Zelaya boots it away. Donovan Pollard from the 2. Calls for a lead block. Juts to the outside. Sheds a man. Gets over top of the 25. Where a crowded area brings him down. And there's Chance Cato, the usual starting quarterback for Olympic, who is sidelined tonight. Encouraging his teammates.
We're told he's likely back next week to help this team out and be there with his team. You see right next to him is Cross, number 2 in white there. Both of those guys out, very likely potentially to be back next week.
Butler offense back out onto the field. Tyler Drewsbick, a touchdown pass. Their first time out. Receives the shotgun snap. Gives to Thomas Wright. And it's a short gain, maybe a yard on the play.
And Butler will continue to go up-tempo very often. At times you may see them huddle just a little bit, which is not quite what we've seen historically from Brian Hales. But at times, they'll do it. But for the most part, this is a no-huddle, up-tempo type offense.
Drewsbick looking for the screen. He's got his man. Some good blocking and good dodging by Culberson, who caught the touchdown earlier. That's a gain of 4, 3rd and 6 coming up here for Butler.
That was a really nice play by Isaiah Ford coming back at that defensive end spot and getting into that play.
Drewsbick hands it off. Jamorian Thomas right to the edge. A stiff arm into plus territory. No one near him. Touchdown, Butler. Another 69-yard staggering play for a score for Butler.
Thomas Wright that time showing the physicality to get to the outside, and then when he got to the sideline, you saw nothing but speed. Finish that run the right way for Butler and 6 in the end zone.
And another failed extra point for the Bulldogs. So they'll just have to settle for 6, 12-7. They are back in front. Well, Jamorian Thomas Wright has made a quick impression as the lead back for the Butler Bulldogs. We mentioned earlier, Coach Hales told us I'm paraphrasing. He's my kind of back. He's my kind of football player. And he added to that, this is less paraphrasing and more of a direct quote. He said, you might get him to the ground, but chances are if you do, you're going to pay a price.
Yeah, I loved hearing that. And then when he started talking about sort of his kind of back, some of the backs he named, he talked about Benny LeMay, former, obviously, Butler running back, played at Charlotte as well, physical, downhill type runner. You love to hear things like that. And the other thing that I think that, Brian Hales sort of alludes is like this sort of straightforward nature. Whatever's in front of me, I'm just going to knock it down. I'm not looking to go around it. I'm not going to avoid it. I'm just going to knock it down and keep going.
James Vastus on the kickoff. Another one returnable for Olympic. Zaire Smith this time.
You don't see that often.
Yeah, quarterback returning kicks. But again, we mentioned the unusual nature of Zaire Smith in that role. He's a 3-year starter on defense, 4-year player for this program. He can impact games in a number of roles. So they're not going to stop him from doing that just because he happens to be their injury replacement quarterback.
Absolutely correct. And they went with him at this position for a couple of reasons. You mentioned the physical nature of it, but also mentally and leadership and being a captain and the fact that the guys trust him.
The back Nixon in motion quickly gets it thrown to him. Nowhere to go in the backfield. Miles LaCroix, the sophomore linebacker, right there for Butler.
And I'll say this right now, for Coach Thompson, it's going to be an illegal shift. But for Coach Thompson here, offensively, if they can protect it one time, maybe fake one of those bubble screens and push the ball down the field, this Butler secondary is very aggressive. Getting downhill right now, might be able to get a big play down the sideline.
Well, for now, it will back the Trojans up by 5 yards. 1st and 15 from their own 24. Smith outside to the left. Big hit at the initial line of scrimmage. So after a quick pause, Smith actually got a yard inside of the initial line of scrimmage. So 2nd and 9. Smith runs again, spun down to the ground with about 2 or 3 yards to get for the first.
Big 3rd down here.
3rd and 2. Olympic is 3 for 4 on thirds so far. Smith takes it himself, picks up 4 or 5, so that's plenty for the first, and again it moves the chains.
Olympic bleeding some clock here and using that running game to their advantage.
Now it's a handoff. Nixon bounces out to the outside, dragged down from behind, and a flag comes out at the end of the play. Miles LaCroix is the one who chased down the back. Unclear if the penalty is on him.
I think it might be either a face mask. I think it's a face mask over there. It's either that or the official didn't like the earful they were getting from Brandon Thompson.
I think they're related. Yeah, it's a face mask on the defense. Undoubtedly why Thompson was so expressive.
Little encouragement there, right, for the officials?
So that is a big personal foul. And it gets Olympic inside the Butler 40, down to the 38-yard line, the new line of scrimmage.
And again for Olympic, continuing to move the chains, continuing to bleed time off this clock and shrink this game against an explosive Butler offense.
Another run. Another one that Nixon extends. A 9-yard carry. It'll be 2nd and 1.
Nixon thought he got the first down, got up and gave the signal. But physical downhill run right there. Really effective by this offense. Got to give a ton of credit to this offensive line so far.
Olympic using a lot of clock, methodical on their offensive possessions. Now Smith takes it himself. Big block laid by the back Nixon. And it's a gain of 5. And another first down.
This has just been an effective downhill running game. That is just, it's really worked for the Trojans so far.
Haven't seen this much. Smith by himself in the backfield. Quickly gets rid of it. It's a throw. Jacoby Harris to the outside. Touchdown. Trojans with another. A 25-yard strike, Smith to Harris, the second score of the night for the Trojans.
Yeah, they go empty. They got 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Harris is to the outside on the left. They just count numbers. They realize they maybe have an advantage, 2-1 on the outside over there. Throw it out there. He gets a block, gets up the sideline, uses that speed, and gets in the end zone.
The extra point by Zelaya makes it 14-12. So the only difference, the extra points at this juncture with 6:55 to go in the first half.
And that's something to keep an eye on with the extra point situation. Butler struggling in the kicking game. If the Trojans can continue to move the football and score touchdowns, and Butler does the same, all of a sudden you've got a problem because extra points are an issue. See Brian Hales, he's letting his guys know on defense, we got to be better than that.
Lots of success at the helm of the Butler program in his time there. Different circumstances now. And Brandon Thompson, the head coach, on the opposite sideline, recognizing an opportunity. Trojans with a chance to make a big statement on the opening night of their season.
And it doesn't matter what the circumstance is at Butler if you're not at Butler. Beating Butler means something in Charlotte area high school football, period. Long way away from deciding this ball game for sure, but certainly will be a discussion point.
Pollard and Starling, the two deepest for Butler's. Elias kick. Scooped over Pollard's way, who will return again. And is chased from behind and brought down inside the 20-yard line. Great coverage by the Trojans.
I'll tell you what, this Olympic Trojans bunch has played really solid football. Gave up a couple of big plays, obviously. The Thomas Wright run, I think that was more of a great run than it was poor defense. Now, the long throw to Culberson, maybe a blown assignment in the back end of the coverage, but otherwise, this defense has been really solid. A couple explosive plays. Other than that, they've been fundamentally sound.
Drusbeck under center and changes things up. So now in the shotgun, Jamori and Thomas Wright trying to wait on a hole, nothing there. And a big tackle, Kenyon White, the linebacker, got back there.
Kenyon White, that's a nice play there. Just got right up in the hole and shut everything down, sat in that hole. Running game came right to his chest.
Play fake, Drusbeck rolls to the right, escaping trouble, positive yardage, running, angling for the stick, out of bounds, and a flag comes out behind the play.
I'm not quite sure what that flag is for. I thought Kenyon White did a nice job of trying to lower the shoulder and beat Drusbeck to the edge there. I think that's a tough call, Darren. I don't.
Yeah, it's ruled a personal foul.
I'm going to disagree with that one. I don't like that call. It's unless there's something I didn't see in terms of lowering the head. I mean, that's a linebacker trying to keep a quarterback from picking up a first down.
Yeah.
That's what he's taught to do.
Yeah, you're taught, correct me if I'm wrong, to play the angle.
Yes, it's
and don't let him, because that's what Drusbeck as the quarterback is trying to do. He's running the B line that's going to get him the first down and get him out of bounds quickest.
That's exactly right. And as the defender, you got to try to beat him to the spot. I didn't think there was anything malicious or personal foul-esque in that play at all.
Drusbeck on an end around. It's Culberson, who scored the touchdown earlier, tripped up. Connor Lewis, the tackle for the Trojans there.
That's the second time Connor Lewis has done an excellent job from that cornerback spot, coming downhill on a play trying to get to the edge, and made a clean tackle by getting at those legs.
Keeps it to a gain of 2, so 2nd and 8 here.
Lewis, the transfer from Mallard Creek, now down at Olympic High School.
It's a toss, and Thomas Wright slips. That loses a yard, 39 now for the Bulldogs. The bad news is this is the longest third down they've had. The good news is the only 2 third downs they've had so far they scored on.
Absolutely. If you're Olympic right now, you got to be thinking, can't give up another explosive play. Got to get off the field here.
Drusbeck drops back. It's a screen. Thomas Wright has a block initially, gets past the 50, and gets the first down. 10 yards on the screen play, and the drive continues.
Yeah, that's actually a really good job by Nixon making that tackle, because he was the only guy that kind of could, and he had to fight off of a block to come up and make that play.
The offense for Butler receiving instruction from Brian Hales on their sideline. Man in motion is DJ Starling. Drusbeck drops back, going over the middle, wants Culberson again, and he's overthrown.
Tell you what, he's fortunate there because that ball could have been picked off by Jalen Bernard. It's the one thing you obviously cannot do is turn the football over.
2nd and 10. Play action. Drewsbick gets rid of it. And it brings up 3rd down.
And Olympic looking for grounding there, not going to get it. There was a receiver close enough there, in my opinion. Another 3rd down opportunity for Olympic's defense to get off the field. Can they do it?
Third and 10. Drewsbick looking to his right. Double pumps and is stopped. The forward motion prevented. Shaquan Gooden was all over the quarterback.
That is a huge stop for this Trojans defense to get off the field here, force a punt, potentially end up with pretty good field position with just over 3.5 to go right now. So you're talking about 3 minutes-ish by the time potentially they get the football, with a chance to potentially put some more points on the board before the half.
Clock is ticking. 3:15 and down. As Butler will punt it away. And flags prior to the long snap.
This is just taken away from field position at this point.
And it's called against the defense. So now 4th and 9. And there's the punt. Down to at the 17. Not a bad result for Butler.
Not at all. And on the other side of things, if you are Olympic, there's 2 pieces of this conversation. Let's be smart with the football, and no matter what happens, Butler does not get another possession in the first half.
Yeah,
those are the 2 things that you're looking for with 2:53 to go.
Under 3 minutes to go in the first half. I mean, the way that Olympic has run the football, unless they turn it over or something wacky happens, 3 minutes has been, compared to their other drives, nothing.
That's nothing. Absolutely correct.
Zaire Smith with a quick pass and a short play. Maybe no gain.
You know what I didn't have on my bingo card? A pass on first down there.
Yeah. High percentage.
Well,
and a pass that's basically a run, but.
And you wonder if there's a negative play here or a minimal gain here on second down. You wonder if Brian Hales might call a timeout.
Yeah, it's a good point. He's got 2 remaining. No gain. It's 2nd and 10. Smith sends a man in motion, runs right into a couple of defenders for the Bulldogs. Matt Shields fired up after the tackle. He was helped by legend Lockwood. And a timeout called by the Bulldogs. You said it.
You watch enough football, you understand how Brian Hales thinks. He's aggressive. He's always looking for additional opportunities. He's thinking ahead right there, and that's a prime example.
So on the other side of the timeout, it'll be 3rd and 9 for Olympic. This is an unusual aspect of this game, the way that it's gone so far. 14-12, so both teams with 2 scores. Ortho Carolina's orthopedic expertise is all around you, from urgent care to your full recovery. Ortho Carolina is there every step of the way. Ortho Carolina, your better choice for musculoskeletal care. So a couple of scores for both of these teams. We near halftime, 2:05 left in the second. Olympic is 4 of 6 on 3rd downs. Butler 3 of 4. And whistles after the snap.
This is going to be a defensive offsides here to make it 3rd and 4.
For a team that, as I just pointed to, has been pretty efficient on 3rd downs. So 3rd and 4 for Smith and the Trojans. Zaire Smith takes it himself, tries to cut around the outside, and is wrangled just past the line of scrimmage.
And Brian Hales takes his last time out.
So it stops the clock. It's going to be 4th and 3 if they give Smith a yard on that carry. I'm not so sure they will. And in fact, it looks like they may have given him, a yard. All right, so it'll be 4th and 3. Butler has taken its 3rd and final timeout of the first half. There's a 1:54 on the clock until the end of the second quarter.
You got to punt this football if you're Olympic, and then your defense has got to bow up and get a stop. Big spot right here. If you're the Trojans, the main thing is a good punt here.
And the punt team is not out there for Olympics, so it looks as if they're going to go for it.
This is a big call here.
Unless they've still got timeouts to use. They're just trying to get a penalty to get an automatic first. Man in motion. Hard snap count.
This is what we call Toronto. Snap count being Toronto, basically meaning we're not going to snap it, call a timeout. That's good discipline by Butler defensively. I like the idea from Olympic. Now you punt the football.
So the clock stops 1 minute, 48 seconds. And they've adjusted the clock because the seconds that ran were after the timeout. I'm not sure why it was running. So they've put it back to 1:54 where it was since there was no snap. And now they will let the punt team go out. Gabe Vaught is the team's punter. DJ Starling back to receive and return for Butler. Vaught boots it away. Short kick. Takes an Olympic hop. And into Butler territory. Down at the 47.
Number 47, Watt. He's up at the 47-yard line, and the Bulldogs will take over first down.
Minute 40 on the clock, Reg. I mean, plenty of time for
That's
Butler.
An eternity. It's an eternity.
And if you're the Bulldogs, you got to be thinking, too, you get the ball to start the second half.
Absolutely correct. That's exactly where I was coming from with it. You get that football, you can make a couple of things happen in consecutive possessions. All of a sudden, this game looks and feels different.
(14-12), Olympic leads. And Butler back out with its offensive unit. Tyler Drusbeck sends a man in motion, immediately rolling left, throws, and is almost picked off. Went toward the sideline, intended for Donovan Pollard.
Travis P. almost had a huge takeaway right there.
P, a returning starter in the defensive backfield for Olympic, was named the team's rising star at their end-of-season celebration last year. Number 6 in white there, moving to the backside. Drusbeck on second down. Hesitates. Sprints forward. Slides at the hash. And gains 6 or 7 yards. Spot looks like it's going to give him 6 on the run. 3rd and 4 coming up.
And this is where, if you're Butler, got to be strategic here. You don't pick this up.
Remember, no timeouts for the Bulldogs. 1:04 left. Drusbeck hits his target, Gabe Wilson, that time.
I think
Immediate
he's short.
hit. And he is. He's short by a yard.
Wow.
Bulldogs
gonna go.
have to go for it. 4th and 1. 40 seconds left in the half. Drusbeck's under center now. Tries a couple of fake snaps. Gives right behind him. Thomas Wright brought down. No gain.
Face
Turnover
mask.
on downs, but a flag. And it's on the defense. So it will be a first down for the Bulldogs. Spot is at the 28-yard line. And movement early. A false start backs them up 5 yards. No clock movement, though, so still 20 seconds to go.
If you're Butler, you got to go end zone here. As you mentioned, no timeouts.
End zone or sideline?
Absolutely.
Drewsbick throws, finds Pollard, who quickly gets out of bounds, right back where they were, so a gain of 5.
And that's where Nixon, he kind of hesitated. Come up, make contact there. If you make contact and maybe stop him from getting all the way to the sideline, you probably keep this clock moving.
Starling and Pollard switch places. Drewsbick rolls. A flag comes out. He hurls it to Pollard out of bounds.
I think it's going to be a hold.
In addition to the incomplete. So I think if you're Olympic, you're good with the distance as opposed to the downs here.
Absolutely correct.
The downs really don't matter with 7.5 seconds on the clock.
No, you're just trying to get to half.
And whatever kind of last-ditch effort Butler is going to have here, you want to make it as distant and difficult as possible.
Absolutely correct. That's the whole key. Make it harder for them to get in the end zone. Make sure you come up and tackle.
And now Olympic calls a timeout.
Just going to get, and I guess, make sure they're on the same page with what they expect here and make sure guys are at home and disciplined.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me, Reggie, you've gotten it this far, this close to halftime without giving up a score. You just want to button everything up and make sure that you capitalize on this opportunity because it's a big one to keep the Bulldogs scoreless in this drive.
Spot on. That's absolutely correct. You hit the nail on the head with that, and it can't be any more clear than that, right? Just don't give up something big and cheap here at the end of the half.
Second and long. But what matters is Butler is 39 yards away from the end zone. Drewsbick. Nobody near it. Incomplete. There will be a little bit of time. Well, there should have been.
Both coaches say, let's go to the locker room.
Yeah. All right. Well, the incompletion was whistled dead with time remaining on the clock, but the scoreboard let it run to 0. Both teams are okay with it. And that takes us to halftime. 14-12. Olympic leads Butler by 2 with a half of football remaining at the Charlotte Kickoff night presented by Ortho Carolina.
All right, contestants, take the rules. We start at the 20-yard line. When I say go, you'll sprint the end zone. Grab either of your tacos and race back to the board to make a play. Then you'll run back through your next race. Each contestant, or the first contestant to get 3 in a row across down or diagonal will be crowned as the next champion. All right, contestants, take your positions.